That's the team that's charging, so they at least hold the tiebreaker over the Colts. But the bad news for Tennessee is Ryan Tannehill has not played well. Rockstar joked about it. They have battled injury all year at receiver and with Derrick Henry. This is a tough spot for Tennessee. I would say the good news on the stat I just gave you, San Francisco in the year is actually -2 on turnovers. They don't force a ton of turnovers. It's not like playing a team that's ball-hawking secondary. So maybe that's good news for Tennessee on the turnover front.
LT likes the Titans tonight plus the 3 in that game, but Nick doesn't know. He says go 49ers. I'm not sure the Titans can put it all on Tannehill without a running game and win the game tonight.
That's been a problem for them.
A lot of pressure on them with no Derrick Henry. That's a different team. That's a different team with Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how Tannehill has played, just without Henry back there to hand it to. And I told Titans fans, they joked with me a lot because of the way Tannehill played after he left Miami and played in Tennessee. And I'm like, just wait, the real Tannehill will show up. And I think this is the real Tannehill. Now, it's not entirely his fault. You lose a guy like Derrick Henry, he's an MVP player. It's going to affect the way you play offensively. And he's had receivers out. A.J. Brown's been out. Julio has been out.
Well, enjoy the games tonight, Florida and UCF. That goes right there at 6 on ESPN, 7:20 on Fox for the 49ers and Titans tonight. We're back with you again live on Monday from Dallas. And LT, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford will all be holding it down here in the studios. Brown and I will be out in Dallas bringing you the coverage all week long from the site of the National Championship playoffs. And we'll get you ready for that and a lot more. Merry Christmas to you. Enjoy your day off tomorrow and Christmas Day with your family and friends. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for letting us live out our dream up here. Merry Christmas, and we'll work our way towards a Happy New Year in 2022. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Bridge & Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge & Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge & Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. All of the pregame festivities kick off on December 27th at the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into the game day spirit. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Get the full schedule of bowl activities and buy tickets online at TicketsmarterBirminghamBowl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New live show, and we're not in Dallas right now. 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, more than 1,000 around America. And we'll try to get there again today. But the teams made it in, and we'll talk about that. A big day in the National Football League and a ton of stuff to talk to. Tom Luginbill coming up momentarily. Also, Wimp's going to be with us to make some picks today. Justin Hokanson is with us, and the usual cast of characters. No Rockstar this week. Forrester is back. Lunsford is doing a couple of jobs behind the big glass. He's Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. I'm Jim Dunaway. And, guys, it's go time for the college football playoffs. We do it on Friday, and all the teams made their way to the venues yesterday. And I guess, Brownie, when we left last week, there was some debate on whether, teams will wait until that they'd been given that sort of change in protocol where they could show up 48 hours before, and most of them decided, well, in fact, all of them decided, the heck with that, we're going to the location.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Aaron Suttles was on with us Friday or the last day we were here, whatever day that was, and said the one thing Nick Saban loves is routine. And the routine says you do it as planned. Let's don't change the routine. So when some people thought Saban, given the opportunity to control everything in his normal environment and stay at Tuscaloosa, actually he's more likely to do the opposite, and that's do what you're planning on doing and do the routine, which is what Alabama chose to do. And they got to Dallas, and they're not doing anything. They're in a complete and total bubble, just like they were last year. I mean, it is the same game plan as they used in Dallas last year.
Early this morning I was watching the ticker on ESPN, and it seemed like every report was something getting shut down for COVID or somebody testing positive, somebody put in protocol. And you look at the bowls that have been canceled. Sun Bowl, more than likely going to be canceled because Miami's out. Military, Fenway, Hawaii Bowl. When is the last day players will test for Friday's game?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Nick Saban said yesterday they have 0 players in protocol. And
so
Aaron,
the answer may be they've already tested for the last time.
Aaron Suttles brought up on our show, and you can go back and watch it or get the podcast. He asked the question, if you've got 92% vaccination rate, nobody's in protocol, and everyone has agreed to the testing protocols, are the playoff teams really even testing if you've got no symptoms? And that may be where we are. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I know everyone seems to be very comfortable with it. Luke Fickell says, hey, man, it's something we've been dealing with all year long. Cincinnati, there you see video of them arriving in Dallas as well, just like you saw Alabama arriving moments ago. They said, man, nothing's going to keep us from playing. We're ready to go. So I would say there is testing that goes on under their normal protocols. What that is, I don't know.
Yeah,
and I'm not asking.
NFL, just an example, before the Rams played yesterday, like 12 hours before Andrew Whitworth, your starting left tackle, test positive. So they're testing day before the game. So I just wonder what the protocol is going to be for the semifinal games.
Yeah, I'm with NAAU fan. You get tired of hearing about the COVID, but it is something.
It's just a part of the story, though.
It does look like, and I don't want to jinx anything, but it does look like, the games that matter, the playoffs are managing this, maybe better than the games that don't matter. Texas A&M took a lot of heat for being the first one to opt out of a bowl game, but now we've seen it happen, as you said, with Virginia and Boston College and Miami. And there may be others down the line. We hope not, but there may be others down the line. But when you get down to it, Brown always points out exhibition games compared to the playoff games. And there's a difference. Opting out of an exhibition is one thing. Opting out of a playoff game or not, suiting up. I mean, we've got the protocol now. If you can't field a team, you forfeit. So there's more on the line there.
Well, I mean, some of these, too, like you look at Miami. bowing out. That's a team that's changing coaches.
That's right.
Players are, I guess opting out. I mean, I don't even know who was invested in that game, right? Did it shock anybody that Miami's like, we're good?
Nope.
I mean, some of these teams you look that have bowed out, you understand why they've bowed out. Or you maybe don't understand it, but there is somewhat of a common thread there. So I think it is going to be handled much, much differently for the New Year's Six bowl games and specifically the college football playoff games.
We got an interesting thing on some of the New Year's Six bowls that we'll get to after we talk to Tom Luginbill. As we get going this morning, we are live here. And as Joey points out, yes, we took the whole studio with us to Dallas. This is our setup here in Dallas this week. Look at Media Row here, man.
Ship Happens did such a great job.
We brought the trees. Look, the keg is here with us in Dallas. We're excited to have Bud Light with us here in Dallas as we get going on here today. And speaking of Ship Happens, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Ship Happens. If we did want to take our whole studio to Dallas, they would get it there for us.
That is the way to do it in today's ever-changing market. Your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments. They are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Okay, back to college football a little bit later. Big day yesterday in the National Football League. Originally, when Brown and I thought we'd be in Dallas Sunday night in time for him to do the zone on ABC 3340, we were debating on whether or not to go watch the Cowboys and the Washington football team play in Arlington. Alabama did their practice yesterday at the Cowboys practice facility. The rest of them will actually be in the stadium, AT&T Stadium, so they can prepare for the game. But they did their Sunday practice in the practice facility because the Cowboys were on Sunday Night Football. I'd like to say the Washington football team was on Sunday Night Football, but really they didn't show up.
Yeah, I was going to say we might have got some playing time late in that game if we'd gone. I thought about that when I was watching. I was like, because when we taped the zone, I'd done the math. I felt like we would probably be able to get there late second quarter.
Right.
And by the time I thought we were going to be at the game, I think it was 42-7.
Yeah. What do you think the ticket, the get-in would have been for a game already started that by the time we got there was 42-7?
Yeah.
Do you think they would have given it to us at that point?
I think they would have welcomed us in. Though there was a celebration. They were clinching the division there.
Right.
So, I don't know. It might have been tougher.
That is one of those surprising franchises to me, Washington, because I remember growing up and watching really good Washington teams win Super Bowls. Now they're 6-9. They've lost 3 straight, 5th consecutive losing season. And look, I know the quarterback situation's a mess, but that's just one of those organizations I thought at least every 4 or 5 years they would figure it out.
That was embarrassing last night, though. And I'm not talking about a lot of people make a big deal about the Daron Payne, Jonathan Allen.
What do you think of that, though? I mean,
I think it's obvious that the team's very frustrated. You've got some alpha males there, and nobody likes to have their finger pointed at them. And that's what was going on there.
But, the strength of that team is the defense.
Yeah.
And to give up 56 points last night, that's pathetic.
Well, Chase Young's out, obviously, and, he's hard to replace, but there's still a lot of guys that are in there. It's obviously a frustrated team, and it's a defense, Lance. While it's the strength of their team, they don't get a whole lot of help from that offense.
Zero help from that offense.
So it's got to be very frustrating to be a defender on that team. And they weren't able to get to Dak Prescott. They were getting worked. It's frustrating, but as a lot of people pointed out, not between those two guys, but this happened at Alabama. We've seen fights on the sidelines that our guys having to be separated at Alabama. So this is not uncommon for it to happen on highly motivated, driven teams where you got a bunch of alpha personalities.
For Dallas, they've scored 40-plus 4 games this season. And Dak Prescott looked like an elite quarterback again last night. I don't know why, and they're sitting there right now with the number 2 seed, only one team in each conference. Obviously, we'll get a bye this year. Right now, it would be Green Bay, and it would be the other side. Help me out. Kansas City.
Kansas City, yeah.
Dallas with the 2 seed, I don't know why I'm not buying this team. Micah Parsons has been maybe your defensive player of the year.
Yeah. Dak looks like he's back healthy now.
Yeah, Diggs has been great.
Yeah.
Do you guys buy Dallas?
I kind of do, because when Dak is healthy, that's a really good offense. Yep. When Dak, let me rephrase that. When Dak's healthy, Amari Cooper's healthy. Then you've got CeeDee Lamb in there, Ezekiel. That's a good offense. Yeah, I kind of buy Dallas.
Tight ends are workable. Amazing that Trayvon Diggs, the Alabama guy, ties Everson Walls from 1981.
That's crazy.
An interception record that has stood the test of time. I mean, they didn't throw the ball as much in 1981 as they throw it now. And Everson Walls set the record for the Cowboys back then, and now Diggs has tied that from 1981 in this unbelievable season for him. But really, the balls those guys are getting on the backside is created by that Cowboy pass rush, which is relentless, and they're aggressive. I mean, they send blitzers almost every play.
And Micah Parsons seems like a guy you can't block right now. And you know, he's going to set a Cowboy, or he's going to set an NFL record. Javon Curse had the NFL rookie record for sacks, 14.5 back in 99, en route to playing in Super Bowl 34. He's got 13 right now, so he's got 2 games to do it. They play Jalen Hurts week 17, and then next week they play Kyler Murray. And both of those guys have been sacked 25 times. So I feel really good Micah Parsons will find 2 more sacks and set that record over the next couple of weeks.
You know, it's interesting. I was reading, this is the first year of the 17-game schedule, so a lot of people were concerned that records like that would fall this year with greater frequency. And really, there aren't that many single-season records that are in jeopardy. That's one of them. The other one is receptions in a season. Who do you think is chasing that one down?
That's Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, all he needs, I think, is 18. Which, the way they throw to him, that's 2 more games. He'll get 18 receptions.
18. Should.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to be because of a 17-game season that he gets it. But still, that's going to be one of the major records that goes.
But I think we'll get used to that. You know, baseball went from, 156 to 162?
Yeah, I mean, it's one extra game. There was records that were set on a 14-game schedule that has changed in a lot of our lifetimes to 16 and now to 17 games. So Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen said afterwards, hey, it's like brothers. You fight with your brother, blank happens, right? And that's what Deron Payne said about that. No big deal there. Dallas wins the East, and then they beat the Washington football team 56-14 in that game. Kansas City clinched yesterday. They've won 8 straight now. The Buccaneers clinched. Even with their depleted roster, they still had enough to beat the Panthers yesterday. And in that Panthers game, the crowd was chanting, "Fire Matt Rule, fire Matt Rule, fire Matt Rule," and to the point where Cam Newton had to come out and defend Matt Rule, saying he was a good coach. Man, that's a tough neighborhood there in the NFL where Matt Rule could be fired, what is this, almost to the end of year 2.
Yeah. And when he got a 10-year deal, wasn't it? Is that what they baited him out of college football with? Baited him out of Baylor with a 10-year deal?
Well, let's not lose sight of the fact that he's 10-21 in 1+ years. He's got a couple of games to go, but he hadn't had a quarterback.
No, he has not. I mean, Cam
your
Newton,
best offensive player is gone with Christian McCaffrey.
If I read this right, Cam Newton's lost his last 13 starts as a Carolina Panther quarterback.
He's 0-5 this year.
Yeah, last 13 as a Panther quarterback. Yeah. So, you know, you've got a diminished former league MVP, a guy who was good enough to take his team to the Super Bowl, but he's got diminished skills now. I mean, I don't know what you expect.
He'll have, I don't know if they do a Ring of Honor, a Walk of Fame, a retired number. I don't know what they do in Carolina, but Cam Newton's number will be retired.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, he's one of the great Panthers of all time, but that's not who he is anymore.
Yeah, it's like watching Bon Jovi right now. Bon Jovi can't hit the notes anymore.
Yeah.
People still go watch him. I don't know why. People still go watch Cam, but I don't know why. Great run yesterday for 33 yards, and then that was about, I don't know why they didn't do it more often. That was about all the offense they had. I had to watch that game.
I thought they would be really improved this year, but I thought Sam Darnold would be the answer at quarterback, and he hasn't been the answer.
He has not. I thought this change of venue would help him. More on the NFL and what is a must-win game tonight for 2 franchises with some Alabama ties, and that after Lunsford tells us about Rockstar's guy.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty.
I was hoping you were going to sing for us.
I'm not a rock star. Yeah. There's a reason he's called Rockstar, and I'm just called Lunsford. Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, so why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Forster, hold that shot. Give me that shot back, if you will. I love the way Rockstar, even when he's not here, the guitar is the guitar. It's not a guitar. The guitar is framed perfectly over there, over the shoulder there. So I like that frame.
It is perfect, yeah.
Yeah, it looks
well
good over
framed.
there.
I got to protect the guitar from you and Brown coming in here and smacking it.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to strum the guitar.
I do that just to harass Rockstar. I won't do it today.
Yeah, I will not either. It's no fun when he's not here to do it. Rocky will be back with us in the new year. He gets the week off. And we'll get to that Monday night game coming up. But we wanted to spend a little time to talk about what happened over the holidays a little bit. Forrester, you have some images of our great listeners and viewers, our friends who have contributed to us launching what we have done here, and just the number of gifts that you guys posted on social media over the Christmas Eve and Christmas Day as you guys were opening gifts were amazing. And this is not all of them. This is just some of them as you guys were sending us pictures of your gifts being open. And I think we go shout out to the wives too.
Yeah.
Because
a lot of dudes in here, right?
A lot of wives, and including our buddy Aaron Jordan, who works over at the University of Alabama, his wife, who worked hard to make sure they secured next round gear and hats for dads and husbands and boyfriends all over our listening area. So thank you for all of those that hit the next round store and got gifts. Man, it was just flooding in on Christmas Eve and Christmas morning, and it really did blow us away.
I thought it was one of the coolest things I saw. I was telling the roommate, I was like, I can't believe I'm seeing another one come in, and another one.
I can't tell you how humbling that is, that people want that, and that the wives or girlfriends or parents or whatever went to that length to get it. Yeah. I mean, that is, I make it sound like it's hard. You just go to our website. I mean,
nextround.store.
Nextround.store, but still the fact that they knew, they thought about it, and they went and did it is that's incredible. It really is.
Yeah. I know for my wife to know something that I would like, it has to be talked about a lot, or you have to hear it a lot. So we appreciate that so much for that to happen. Speaking of which, my kids gave me new headphones. Now my daughter's a singer in church, so she thought these headphones would work. It's a gift.
I just noticed. So you don't like them already?
Are you saying they're not working?
No, he is saying that, yes.
They're working perfect. I'm a little short on, I don't have as much movement ability here as I did have. And it is two ears. It takes a little getting used to.
Harper is the thought that counts.
That's right.
But you guys have never sounded better. This is supposed to bring out the bass in everybody's voice. And I don't know if it's all we've been battling colds or what, but everybody sounds a little deeper today.
All the above. I'm going to get all of you an extender for your Christmas.
Well, I've got
late
one.
Christmas present.
Yeah, I've got
okay,
one.
well, Brown's got one. I got to get both of you an extender.
Yeah,
I need one.
Yeah, I had Lance's issue show number 1, and my wife said, I'm getting you an extender today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm hidden, right? My cord is hidden, so nobody noticed. But
until you brought it up.
I'm just a little tighter movement over here. Like my other, not to brag here, but my other cord
much longer.
Was extremely long. We'll do this like I'm a magician here. And it was really
plenty
long.
of play on that one, Jim.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
Long cord.
You'll be back to that by segment 3.
Harper worked her butt off.
She sure did.
To buy you those headphones.
Yeah.
Not long enough.
True Dunaway fashion. She left the price tag on them too. Yeah. She wanted me to know how much.
3 digits.
With tax,
Yeah.
Sounds great though. I'll use them every day. I look forward to that extender. Can you have it by the second segment?
I'll do it.
All right. We're off and rolling today. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, and then we'll talk to Tom Luginbill coming up in our next segment. Luginbill on all the playoff news you need to know about college football is coming up in the next segment as we get ready to make our trip to Dallas and watch a little Alabama and Cincinnati and Georgia and Michigan to see who plays for the national championship this year. Bromberg's, like a lot of people, welcoming you in after you've opened up those gifts. Maybe there's something else you'd like.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view them online, the online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a Southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com.
We'll talk to Tom Luginbill momentarily, but first let's crank into our Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend. We do it this segment to start off every Monday morning throughout the year, thanks to our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. I recently experienced that just a couple of months ago. The first call I made, Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. Make the call today for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trusted name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
You know, my best of the weekend was the Bills-Patriots game. That was very entertaining. That last drive by the Bills and the way Allen manipulated a run on the corner on 4th down, and then a couple of shuffle passes to get into the end zone and win that game. They're now in control of the AFC East, and boy, Mac Jones, stock was and it seems like it's regressing a little bit. Is that just rookie quarterback? They're starting to get tape on him.
Seems like he's hit the rookie wall.
Well, and he's playing really good teams. He was on the road against Indianapolis, who's on fire, and then playing Buffalo, although they beat Buffalo when he threw 3 times last month. I think it's probably just rookie wall.
Yeah, hit the rookie wall there. The Bills are streaking right now. They're looking good. Big win for them. And the NFL playoff picture starting to take shape. I think 20-plus teams still have a playoff hopes with 2 weeks to go. We'll get back to the NFL later on. But we're on our way out to Dallas to watch a little college football playoffs. We're on our way to talk to Tom Luginbill right now. Is that a
Bearcats?
Is that a Bearcat hat he has on? Is that UC for Cincinnati?
No. That's my scouting company, the UC report, underclassmen report.
Okay, just clearing it up for those that have bad eyesight here.
Threw me off too.
I got no allegiance with my hat game, I can assure you.
And Luginbill is brought to us every week by our friends at Jack's Western Wear.
Yeah, Jack's Western and Outdoor, just off I-65 in Coleman. Lugs gets his boots from there, and cowboy hat as well that he showed you not too long ago. Let's talk about Alabama and Cincinnati, Luginbill. When you look at the Alabama run game, it has been up and down this year. It was better against Georgia.
Right.
A lot of people make such a big deal out of those cornerbacks for Cincinnati. What about Alabama's run game against the Bearcats?
Well, that's the thing that's interesting about the defensive secondary. You don't just have 2 corners out there, right? You've got a couple of safeties. You might be in nickel, might be in dime. You're going to have some different personnel groupings, and they've all got to get involved too. Everybody seems to be focusing on the edges in the passing game. Well, you're going to have to cover the slots. You're going to have to cover number 2 and 3 in a trip set. And then you're going to also have to come down and play the run. I mean, listen, if I'm Alabama, I am testing Cincinnati's depth, and I'm testing their mettle between the tackles. I'm going to send a message early, line up and say, all right, can you stop us? All right, Myjai Sanders, fantastic edge rusher. What happens if we line up and run right at you? What's going to happen? And then all of a sudden, they make a rotation on defense. The next group comes in. I promise you that next group's not the same talent level. So I think Alabama's got to take care of that talent gap that they have such an advantage in, but they've got to establish it early in the run game. See if Cincinnati can hold up, because it's going to be a long game for them, and they're going to have to play a lot of players on defense. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because things kind of came together versus Georgia, right? Not just in the run game, but certainly in pass protection. You had a clean Bryce Young. So you're peaking, you're playing good, you have your best game, and then all of a sudden you have this big layoff, right? And that's one of my biggest questions in all of this. Michigan was spiking, man, just hitting their stride, win the Big Ten championship. You beat Ohio State. Now you have the layoff. Which team can regain that form and pick up right where they left off to get off to a fast start?
Desmond Ridder, a ton of experience, 43-5 as a starting quarterback for Cincinnati. How do you feel about Ridder having success against this Alabama defense?
They got to run him. They have to run him. They really do. And I say that because it's the one theme I think we would all agree on over the past decade with Alabama's defense. If they've struggled, if they've had a hard time, if they've given up some plays, it always seems to be the result of an athletic quarterback. Whether the guy's making plays on the run and he's scrambling and creating second chances, or they're just lining up and they're saying, we're going to run quarterback counter, quarterback power, zone read, get them on the perimeter a little bit, force Alabama to play 11 on 11 instead of having to play 11 on 10. And what I mean by that is that the quarterback's not a runner, all right, in the run game, you got an extra hat defensively. So Desmond Ridder, he can make the throws. I think he's a bit sporadic at times, but in the run game is where I think he's going to have a significant role to force Alabama to have to cover the entire field.
A-Chain and Spiller had big nights, as did Calzada when A&M upset Alabama. Other than Desmond Ridder, do they have any playmakers that should concern Bama fans going to this game? Do they have any edge, speed, any guys who can change the course of the game other than Ridder?
They got the little slot 21 that can go. He can really, really run. They're really strong at tight end with Wiley. They actually got 2 of them. And then Alex Pierce, number 12, the guy on the outside. Now, Are these guys George Pickens? You know, are they A-Chain or Spiller like you're talking about? Maybe not. I think Ford is up there. You guys should know about him, and we've seen the type of career he's had at Cincinnati. He was a significant upgrade for them. But I don't think this is, you know, LSU skilled personnel. I don't know if it's Ole Miss's skill personnel. So not to say they can't make plays and that they, you know, that they're not going to be able to get open and things of that nature. But I would anticipate that Desmond Ridder is going to have to throw into much tighter windows than maybe he has in the previous 13 weeks.
ESPN, excuse me. All of a sudden it's falling apart.
Yeah,
ESPN,
okay.
Dude, are you all right, bro?
No, I'm really not. I got the booster, man. I got the booster Thursday, and it knocked me on my butt for 2 days.
So I got to bring that. That's so funny you say that, because I got the second shot and it walloped me for about 6 hours. But then I got the booster on 23rd and it hit me for about 3 hours. After the 3 hours is done, I was perfectly fine. It was the weirdest thing.
Well, I wish I could.
I don't know,
I wish
I'm
I
sorry
could
you're
trade
not
with
feeling
you.
good.
No, I'm all right. I feel great. I sound awful, but I feel amazing. It's the weirdest thing.
Oh, all right.
There are not many Will Andersons. They don't grow in trees. If you're Luke Fickell, you haven't seen a player like that this year. What do you do if you're Luke Fickell? How do you attack Will Anderson or avoid Will Anderson?
You know, it's interesting because I think when these types of questions come up, oftentimes, and Mike Denbrock's the offensive coordinator at Cincinnati, has done a remarkable job, and they love to be in 2 tight end sets in the run game. So they love to be in 12 personnel. And I think sometimes in the run game, you can help try to neutralize a Will Anderson by forcing him to have to play to the strength of the field, where you might have a tackle and 2 tight ends and they love to run the stretch outside zone. But what I think happens sometimes is you get so caught up in saying, oh, we got to account for this guy. We got to account for this guy. And you create all these plans and all these different things you're going to do. And at the end of the day, you realize, you know what? We should have just played. We should have just lined up and played. And if he's going to make some plays, he's going to make some plays. But let's not change everything we do for one guy. And it's interesting because I've had conversations with coaches in our production meetings going into games, asking that same question you just asked, and they'll come up with a pretty elaborate answer. And then you'll have a production meeting with a coaching staff that just came off of a game where they did that. And almost to a man, the coach says, we paid way too much attention to it. We should have just lined up and done what we do. And so are they going to have a plan? Maybe that plan is going to include misdirection, across motion, across the formation motion, maybe a lot of bootlegs, nakeds, things to get the defense going one way while the plays going the opposite way would probably be my guess there from a game plan standpoint.
So going into the SEC championship, Georgia's defense was giving up 231 yards per game. Bama goes 536 and 41 points. Do you still believe this is a generational defense for Kirby Smart?
Yeah, I do, but you could also be talking about a generational offense for Alabama that they got pinned up against, a kid that just won the Heisman Trophy. I mean, that's not Michigan on offense right now. So I think what happens is things settle down a little bit, and maybe the matchup is actually more advantageous versus Michigan as it was for Georgia against everybody else they played aside from Alabama. Remember, guys, we had this conversation multiple times, and it was a topic in the media of when is Georgia actually going to play anybody that's any good on offense that could challenge them? And that question was asked each and every week, and it ended up being Alabama in the championship game, and they got stung. So I actually look at this Georgia game and this Michigan game as the quarterback with the fewest pass attempts will be the quarterback of the winning team, because both of these teams want to run the ball. Both of these teams rely on getting ahead of the chains, getting in manageable second and third and shorts. All right. What they don't want to do is attempt 45 passes. That's not Georgia. That's not what you want Stetson Bennett. It's not what you want JT Daniels if he goes to do. And I think even for Michigan, while they're a little bit more spread oriented than Georgia is, and maybe JJ McCarthy's a little bit more dynamic as a runner and a passer, and then Cade McNamara is just uber efficient, they don't want to be tossing it 35, 40 times a game. So whoever controls the ground game and is able to run at will and has the fewest pass attempts, I think wins the game.
Kirby Smart's greatest moment as a college coach came in the semifinals. True or false? That win over Oklahoma is it's his biggest moment, isn't it?
To this point, yeah. To this point, it's funny you asked that question. We were doing our Sirius XM show yesterday morning, and myself and Barrett Salee were talking, and we were asked the question: would Kirby Smart rather lose to Michigan in the semis than get to the national title game and lose to Alabama again? And I said, well, my answer to that is any coach worth their salt wants to play for a national championship. Okay, it doesn't matter who you may lose to or who you get matched up with. The goal is to be in the game and have a chance to win it. So that would be my answer to that. But yeah, I think the bottom line is how many people have had a lot of true success against Alabama? What, Dabo, Gus Malzahn?
Gus Malzahn,
right?
yeah.
And when we say a lot, we're talking what, 1 or 2, 3 times. So it's easy to maybe pick on Kirby, but it's not like everybody else is lining up and kicking Alabama's tail either. So in fairness, being there, getting your program in position to actually play the game needs to count for something too.
Gus got himself another 9-4 while we were off. The guy could go 9-4 with the best of them, Lugs.
By the way, he did it with his third quarterback
He
too.
did. No, he beat Florida. I'll give him credit. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, man. That job between them and Cincinnati and those two heading into the Big 12, considering what the state of the Big 12 is, that they got to be uber excited about their future, because now, I mean, the access to players that they have, what that conference is going to look like going forward, they could rise really, really quickly.
All right, he is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Big week for you. You want to give everybody kind of a heads up what they could see coming up from you this week?
Yeah, so I'm hopping on a plane here pretty shortly. We'll get we've got all kinds of bowl festivities. Got the Cheez-It Bowl with Clemson and Iowa State on the 29th, and then we've got the televised Under Armour All-America game practices on the 30th and the 31st. Got the Citrus Bowl on the 1st, and then the Under Armour game on the 2nd before I get to come home. So I just literally got done spending an hour and a half trying to figure out how am I going to pack for all of this stuff without checking a bag, and I think I pulled it off.
Oh, wow.
No, you're one of those guys. One of those guys. You don't check bags.
I'm trying.
Well, good luck on that. All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Follow him at Tom Luginbill. See him on ESPN with all those events. Safe travels, Lugs. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
All right, thank you. Luginbill on the Pepsi Hotline, and he's presented by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, just off I-65 in Coleman.
Yeah, we love those folks up there in Coleman. Thanks for supporting Lugs throughout the entire football season, and look forward to Lugs' travel there. All of it brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, 8 times distilled. The vodka, the gin, all from Redmont Distilling. They're the official vodka, by the way, of the 2022 World Games.
Yeah, they are. And, hey, New Year's Eve coming up this week. You need to pick up a bottle if you're heading to a party. Locally owned and operated, as Dunaway said. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package, including pink package at the beverage place. Also, ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka. How do you go out of town 6 days with just a carry-on?
I don't know.
Well, I packed, I guess it was Christmas afternoon for our trip to Dallas. And, I don't know what we're doing. Like, I knew if you were going, which you are not, but if you were going, we'd at some point be at a couple of high-end restaurants and a couple of after-hour places that I would need to dress. I don't have a lot of cool clothes, but I would need to have the coolest clothes I have to hang out with you. With Brown and me, there's a chance we work, go our separate ways, just go back to the room, eat in the buffet area, something like that. So I have overpacked probably for what I'm doing. I think I'm taking, 9 pairs of pants.
I am no good at packing, Brown. I will say y'all don't want me going with you. The last few times I've flown, it hasn't been just delays. It's delays where you miss the entire day.
Well, Brown, I'm interested to see if our flight was canceled yesterday morning at 6 a.m.
Well, 5,000 were canceled this weekend. You said 1,000 yesterday, right?
Yeah,
over 1,000 yesterday.
Yeah, we had to back out. It was on me because of what I just mentioned to Luginbill. I felt awful leading up to that, and I didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, we wanted to be good citizens of the world. Brown wanted to get checked before we went out to Dallas.
Well, I didn't get checked. I just wanted to make sure that
it wasn't going to go south.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it did go. I could have flown probably, but we're going to go this afternoon after the show. I don't know. I don't know if that flight got canceled or not.
Well, let me tell you what. I had the booster as well, and you and I have very different drinking habits. But I put myself to bed now at night because of Bama and bourbon with a nice little bourbon every night. Just very neat. I sip on a shot of bourbon.
Well, I was told that you're not supposed to drink the day before or the day after getting the booster.
Oh, well.
And so when I got the original,
the ultimate landmine,
I did the J&J, which I don't even think, do they even count the J&J anymore? They don't.
Yeah.
Okay. When I did that though, I drank a little bit before, the day after, and I worked out the day of, and it killed me. So stay away from the alcohol.
Like I did the first two, didn't even know I had them, man. But this booster,
which one did you get?
Moderna.
Yeah, me too. Just different. It reacted differently for both of us.
I'll never get another one. I can tell you that. I'm done with that, man.
I'm getting another one in 2 months. I'm lined up.
If unless the angel of death is circling my house, I'm not going to get another one.
Yeah.
I think at that point it might be too late.
But our friend Jeremy Purvis gifted me a big box of bourbon one time, and I told him, I said, I don't drink enough bourbon. This bourbon will last me to the end of my life.
I'm almost out of our Bama and bourbon.
So I opened a whole brand new bottle of Weller's Single Barrel he gave me last night, and had 2 glasses of that as I sat here and went through a couple of minutes of show notes. And I felt great. So it's just different things for different people. I'm looking forward to being out in Dallas to watch this game. Cincinnati doesn't seem caught up in the moment, which could make for a very entertaining game. So we'll talk more about that as we move throughout the day. Still to come, Justin Hokanson, who will be with us at 11. He's in town, as is Auburn, for the Birmingham Bowl tomorrow. Check for tickets there at Ticketmaster and wherever you get your Birmingham Bowl tickets. 11 o'clock kick. They've been staying out at the Winfrey at the River Chase Galleria. That's where Auburn's team hotel has been all week long, and they'll pack up and they'll actually do the Birmingham Bowl tomorrow against Houston. Last I checked, it was a 2-point Auburn favorite in that one, so we're expecting a very entertaining game. More on that. Your best and worst of the weekend, brought to you by our friends brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Give us Hemp Hill one more time as we head to break.
Yeah, Dunaway, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on The Next Round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. All of the pregame festivities kick off on December 27th at the Bud Light Fan Fest and Pep Rally at Uptown. Live music, team pep rallies, and everything you need to get into the game day spirit. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Get the full schedule of bowl activities and buy tickets online at TicketsmarterBirminghamBowl.com.
You never know with the holiday schedule if everybody's on par keeping with what they usually do on a Monday. A lot of people aren't at work today. I know that. Not a lot of traffic on my way in. Not a lot of people here in the Blue Lake Center. But I expect a new AP college basketball poll out in about 90 minutes or so. And it'll be interesting to see how high Auburn jumps because on Wednesday night we start the SEC basketball schedule. And we got two good ones involving our two state teams. Alabama and Tennessee play each other over in Tuscaloosa. Tennessee, by the way, the highest rated SEC team in KenPom this morning. They're at number 9. But here's how the LSU sets up on KenPom, which you heard Andy Kennedy and all the college coaches. It's the most respected of all the rating services. Gonzaga, Baylor, Purdue, Houston, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tennessee is 9. LSU is 10. Kentucky, 11. Auburn, 13. Alabama, 18. UAB in at number 50. So 18 is Alabama, but that's 5th in the SEC right now. That's how good the SEC is. Alabama and Tennessee open Wednesday in Tuscaloosa. Auburn, 11-1 Auburn, only lost to UConn, gets 12-0 LSU Wednesday down at Auburn Arena, 6 o'clock for that one to start SEC play. So maybe the 4 best teams in the SEC play each other on opening night, Wednesday of SEC play coming up this week. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, if you're ready to make some major money moves with your bank accounts at a standstill, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance. You can pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever needs funding is in your future if you have the home equity to back it up. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right will guide you through the process with ease. Make your home work for you by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I gave you my best of the weekend, my worst of the weekend. Forrester, you've got the Alabama player on his way to Tuscaloosa from Phoenix City, and he stops off at Auburn's practice.
Oh, Javion Cohen?
Yeah. Come on. We don't need this, do we?
Oh, this is the type of pettiness that makes college football amazing. Are you kidding me?
Stops by the Auburn practice and does that up on the banks. I wonder if anybody saw him.
I don't think they did.
Yeah.
He holds it for a while, too. I admire his balance.
Yeah.
That's trolling at its finest, man. That's what college football is all about. You got to be kidding me.
I loved the way I was reading on Saturday Down South, which is the first place I saw the video. I missed it when he tweeted it out. They said it's a short drive from Central Phoenix City to Hoover. Unless you're driving, it's not that short for me. I mean, isn't Central Phoenix City on the other side of Auburn?
It is.
It's Eastern time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They operate on the Eastern time zone because of Columbus.
Oh, really? So
yeah.
Phoenix City, Alabama.
Wow, how many cities in Alabama do we have that operate on?
I think that's the only one.
I just know from high school standpoint, I think Phoenix City and Valley are two that operate on the Eastern time zone.
I can't remember the guy's name, but when I was early in the business, and you people in Huntsville may remember his name, there was this sports reporter, photographer in Huntsville that always tried to get me to sign a petition. I think I did it a couple of times. It shows you how well the petition worked. They never changed it. But he was trying to get high school football games moved up to start. I think he wanted to start them at 6:30 at night, just for everybody's late local news, that everybody would have the final score for their 10 o'clock sports. And it was like his life mission to get everybody to kick off their high school football games earlier. And I cannot remember the guy's name.
It wasn't self-serving at all. He was just doing it to help TV.
Yeah.
I take it he was an older gentleman, maybe?
No doubt he is now. I think he was a little older than me back then. But I was always like, hey, if you can get it happen, man, I'll be all for it. I'm tired of calling for scores before I got on the set. I'm all for it. So, yeah, I'll sign your petition. Absolutely. I'm in on it. Let's make it happen. The AHSAA never ended up changing those. People are saying Lynette is also on Eastern time.
All those that are down there on the Georgia border, where I think a lot of people work over in the state of Georgia, I think they just decided it benefits us more to be on Eastern time.
Yeah.
A lot of our people are working in the Eastern time zone. So
yeah, I think Central time is the best of the time.
It is.
The Eastern. You know, I like Pacific when I'm out on the West Coast.
See, I don't.
And the thought in Hawaii of waking up and having your noon kicks going while you eat your Eggos is intriguing. But when I'm in Vegas for the NCAA basketball tournament, I dislike the late game being over with, and it's over before 10 o'clock.
Well, that's why I was going to bring up Hawaii. Imagine your latest kick is going to be at 5:30 p.m.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have football after 9 o'clock at night.
But imagine what you could get done in Hawaii.
No, I think Central Time is best. I just hate living on the eastern boundary of the Central Time zone.
I think Eastern games kick too late.
Yeah.
And I think if you're on the Pacific time, the games kick too early.
Yeah. Central is the best time.
I would go Central, I would go Mountain, then Eastern, and Pacific would be my last.
But do you think Central Time is the best time, Lunsford, because that's what we're used to? Do Eastern time zone people think Eastern time zone's the best?
Everybody thinks whatever time zone they are is the best because that's what they're used to. So when you switch, somebody from California goes to New York for whatever reason, they're in a world of hurt. We go to California, we're in a world of hurt. Biggest reason I like Pacific time is because everything gets done so much earlier. That way you almost have your night. Anything that's going to start at 7 o'clock, a sporting event, that's going to, at Eastern time, it's going to be 4 o'clock out there. So by the time the sporting event's done, now I know with Pac-12 after dark, that doesn't matter out there because that's 7 o'clock out there when it's starting. But I feel like any major TV, any major news, whatever, it's usually done, and then you have your night after that to go do whatever you want.
So I've got some friends that grew up in Alabama, live in the Eastern time zone now. I've got family too that have done that. They hate it because of the sporting events. I mean, Monday Night Football will kick at 8:20 tonight for them.
Yep. And have forever.
You got to stay up almost to midnight to see the end of that game.
Well, you imagine how many Lakers fans there are in New York City and Atlanta, and those games tip at 10:30.
Terrible.
Yeah. Gaston, Jim, don't hate on us Eastern time zone people. I'm not hating
on it.
Yeah.
Look, and I agree what Smuff23 says there. The problem isn't our time zone, it's daylight savings time.
I agree. We've been – Brown started it for our show. LT agrees with him, though, too, and I don't get as beat up, but I agree. I don't like changing times. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's just roll with however much sunshine we have when it's standard time. Is it standard time or savings time we like? The one that is in the
standard
summertime.
time and daylight time, like CDT, CST, I think.
Yeah, I like the one like it is in spring and summer.
Right, from April to November.
Yeah,
basically.
so why change it? Let's just stick to that. All right, when we come back, we will get into why the bowl system is already broken and why are we. Let's just go ahead and expand these playoffs and do away with these bowl games. Work them into it if you want to. because there's one big indicator out there. A couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions before we get to the top of the hour, though, brought to you by our friends at Cowan.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
All right, one of our poll questions out there is, how do you think the Houston-Auburn game is going to go? You guys have a gut feeling on the Auburn team that's going to show up with Brian Harsin calling plays now?
Yeah, it is really interesting. Brian Harsin calling plays. You've got some key players that will not be playing. And this is a good Houston team. I kind of like Houston in this spot.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a hard call.
It's a hard call. You look at Houston, they lose week 1 against Texas Tech. They win 11 consecutive games, 8 of those games by double digits, and then they lose to a really good Cincinnati team to conclude their regular season in the American Championship game. They've got a really good quarterback in Clayton Tune, 28 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. They seem to be at full force. But Dana Holgorsen, how about this? Worst career against the number bowl record belongs to Holgorsen.
Really?
He's 1-7 against the number in bowls.
Well, that's a loss right there.
That's not good.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a picket. I mean, Auburn right now is sitting at -2.
Yeah. I have a feeling Auburn's offense looks good, which will amp up TJ Finley, I guess, for next year.
D. Davis is going to get some reps.
I want to see him.
Yeah, I want to see what he looks like in the game.
Yeah.
He looked good in A-Day.
I mean, it's hard to be much worse than Finley was against Alabama. That's the last time we saw Auburn out. And Finley didn't do a whole lot in that game.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll be a fun game. 11 o'clock tomorrow down at Protective, and we're proud to help out promote the Birmingham Bowl, and you can go check out tickets. I haven't seen a sellout yet. It should be a great crowd and look beautiful down there at Protective Stadium tomorrow, 11 o'clock, warm temperatures, a chance to get out and enjoy your Auburn Tigers taking on the Houston Cougars at this year's Birmingham Bowl. When we come back, that indicator that the bowls are absolutely broken.
And Wimp's pick. Don't forget Wimp's pick.
And Wimp's
remembered.
Wimp's going to call. You remember without him texting you?
Yes, I set an alarm on my phone. And we had listeners and viewers that were sending us messages. They remembered.
Oh, well, thank you guys for that. Wimp's going to call in and give us a Blue Plate special in the next segment as well. Part of the show brought to you by Standifer Insurance Agency.
Listen, it's a great time for an insurance checkup. Auto rates down 4 times in the last 12 months. Great time to call the Standifer Insurance Group. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month. Call this number, 205-664-3200. 205-664-3200. See if they could save for you. StandiferinsuranceGroup.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Bridge & Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge & Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge & Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and a Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Wimp Sanderson in just a second to give us his blue plate of the week. We start this hour off, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's, where LT and them are coming off the pre-Christmas Odie's Trivia, which is always one of the bigger ones of the year. That and right before Thanksgiving, when the families are all in town. They're always fun. And you got another one coming up Wednesday night. Or off this week,
We
right?
are off, yeah. We're taking, so we're dark Wednesday night, but we'll be back for Odie's Team Trivia a week from Wednesday. But anyway, you can still drop by at any point and enjoy a great lunch or dinner in these ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light on the patio. Birmingham Institution, Odie's is located in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years. Stop in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Your headlines, Alabama has no players in the COVID protocol. That from Nick Saban yesterday as Alabama arrived in Dallas. Joe Pendry will be working in person with the offensive line, has been doing that, replacing Doug Marrone. He does expect Bill O'Brien and Doug Marrone to be there in time for the game. Auburn plays Houston on Tuesday. That's tomorrow. Smoke Monday, making it official over the weekend. This will be his final game for the Auburn Tigers, and we'll talk more about that bowl game coming up. New basketball poll out a little bit later on. Basketball pretty dark over the holidays. They'll crank back up Wednesday with an early start to the SEC schedule. Before we bring in Wimp, we're about to kick a bowl game at 10 a.m. And Detroit, Michigan, that's Eastern time, right? So it's 11 o'clock in Detroit?
No.
Yeah, Detroit's Eastern.
No, they're Central.
Oh, Detroit's Eastern.
I always thought they were Eastern, but regardless, it's an early start, 11 or 10 o'clock. But 10 o'clock Central on your television, they're about to play a live football game, Western Michigan and Nevada, just because it was so entertaining last week. Let's put another stake on it. Pick a team. I'll take either side.
I love this is the old addict coming out in Dunaway. I'll take Western Michigan minus the 6.5.
Okay, he's got Western Michigan. I'll take Nevada. No Carson Strong. Stake bet time. I'll take the.
Where do you stand?
I think we're
Stakes?
dead even.
Okay, dead even.
because I won one on the show the other day. So
Yep.
dead even in the Eastern time zone of Detroit at Ford Field. Western Michigan, the favorite. Nevada without their quarterback, Carson Strong, and a lot of other people. But they're going to fight hard for the Dunaways today.
All right, this is not Wimp's normal visit. He is going to join us Wednesday. This is a brief visit because he wanted to make his blue plate today because of injuries. So on the Pepsi hotline, briefly, is Wimp Sanderson. How are you, Coach?
Good. You guys all right? Have a good Christmas?
Yeah, I hope you did, too. Did you get everything you asked for?
Do what?
Did you get everything you asked for from Santa Claus?
Yeah, I didn't ask for much.
Yeah.
That's smart.
I mean, at sometimes, Wimp, you're portrayed as grumpy. Have you ever gotten just a bag of coal?
No. Oh, yeah, I'm always grumpy. You know that. I do it on purpose. Make y'all-
So Santa's always been good to you.
I've never had a. The only thing I'll say to you, everybody says I never had I never have a smile. I never smile. You know, I haven't in all my 80 something. I don't know that I don't smile. So when you don't know something, I go to the mirror sometimes and look and see, and maybe I guess I don't. I guess I have a frown on my face. But
Yeah. You know,
if I do, I apologize.
I'm the same way, Wimp. And it's not that I'm always mad or anything like that. I don't smile a lot. I'm just not a smiler. I just sort of sit with a look on my face that apparently
RBF.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think more for Wimp, it's not smiling, it's frowning.
Yeah.
I let coaching put a lot of pressure on me. Even when I was assistant coach, trying to get players for other coaches, and then when I got the job, unusual, nobody particularly cared for that hire. I let it get to me some, and I wanted to win every game, couldn't win them all, but won a bunch. But I guess that's part of it. Anyway.
Wait. Take me back, because I remember when that coaching change happened briefly, but I can't remember who everybody wanted instead of you.
Oh, I don't know. I think the alums, a lot of the alums who helped me recruit wanted me.
Yeah.
But I think John Q. Fan out there, said, well, he's never been a head coach, only coached a freshman team 1 year, and he's never been a head coach in college. They're just trying to do away with basketball at Alabama and those kinds of things that, they should have gotten a name coach and those kinds of things. But, you have to accept the good with the bad. And I didn't read it much, but I knew it was there. But I guess it made me work double hard to try to prove it different.
Did you get a chance to meet our buddy Scott Forster in charge of video when you were up here? One time
from a distance I met him. Yeah, from a distance.
Okay. He's got a picture of you smiling up right now. When you get home, go check it out on the YouTube feed.
I need one. That's for darn sure. Yeah. Before I get off here, I'll give you the blue plate. Now, blue plate's hard, and I've done really well with it this year. I took it at 5.5, and it's way up. Now, I took North Carolina over South Carolina, and the reason I did that is, North Carolina scored 50-something points against Wake Forest. They don't guard anybody. They're not very good defensively, but I don't think South Carolina's very good offensively. So I took North Carolina in that game, and I think it may be all the way up to 9.
It is 9.
And if it is, I'll just have to bite the bullet. But that's one I picked. And I don't know, both teams have got to be ready to play. And South Carolina may be more excited to play because they weren't expected to go anywhere. But we'll see what happens. It's the reason I wanted to. Then the game is on Thursday, and I didn't want to give the blue plate Wednesday when I'm on. I didn't think that was fair, so I picked North Carolina. I don't know if that's a great pick this time, but I couldn't find a pick that I was comfortable with, and I liked that from the very beginning when it was 5.5, so I just kept it.
Coach, you talk about your stress all the time. I'm just wondering if you were coaching in today's world with all this COVID and just, having to get guys tested all the time and just worrying about whether somebody's going to test positive and have to sit out. I can't even imagine the stress for a coach.
Well, it is stress. It's very hard to know what your team's going to do, where these guys have been, who they've been around, how much time they should have been home for Christmas. And it's, Christmas time is very important to kids. I only had one time that my kids had to leave for Honolulu, Hawaii on Christmas Eve night. But I told them the first meeting of the year, I told them that's what we were having to do. So don't be fussy about it on the 24th day of December because we're going to be gone. But I think there's so many, and I think that the problems you have, are the families going to come around the players in Dallas? You know, that's a good question. Are they going to try to slip in and see the kids? And they've been around different people with different problems. So I think it is scary. I think it's in the two coaches not going. I think that's okay. Both of them good coaches. Joe Pendry is great. Here I am doing the show. I'm sorry, but answer your question, it is hard on coaches. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you about Pendry. A lot of Bama fans would have taken Joe Pendry every day the last few years. He coaches a style of offensive line play that I think Alabama fans believe in.
Yeah, Joe Pendry is very good. He's a smart guy, and Coach leans on him a lot, but that's never put in the media. I mean, he leans on him all the time and advice and has him talk to players. I have a chance to meet him some because he lived a neighborhood behind where my son dated one of these girls, and he would see Joe some, so I kind of got to meet him that way.
All right. Well, we'll do our normal segment Wednesday.
All right, good. You guys have fun out there. I know you will.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Love you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Love you.
Okay, now let me get this right.
Coach Wimp Sanderson on the Pepsi hotline.
Can I get this right?
Sure.
Now, Wimp, who has always been like complaining that he has to make his picks on Wednesday for a Saturday game,
right?
Delayed his pick for North Carolina and South Carolina to today.
Correct.
When he joins us on Wednesday, when the game is on Thursday.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
But he also cost himself 4 points by not doing it last week, right?
Yeah, but this number's already jumped to 9. It's not going to jump anymore.
That's what I'm saying, though. But he could have had it at 5 if he'd have done it last week, like I always try to get him to do.
Well, I mean, I forgot how we do that. I really don't know.
But
because nobody else is going to lock it in that early.
But like he always wants to make the picks as close to kick time. But he came on earlier instead of his normal time, when his normal time would have been the day before the game.
Yep. No. They'll be back with us Wednesday.
Yeah. We'll look forward to talking to Wimp on Wednesday. We can focus on those big basketball games going on as well coming up. If you're confused on where the SEC teams are in their games, they're off to an 0-2 start, by the way. And all of you didn't jump up and I guess clutch your pearls when the SEC lost their first 2 bowl games, Missouri to Army and Florida to UCF, because those 2 teams were so bad. But coming up, Auburn's got all they want with Houston tomorrow, 11 a.m. Also tomorrow, Mississippi State and Texas Tech. Sort of like Mississippi State in that one. I think, Brown, you said you liked it. Yeah.
It's personal for Mike Leach. And I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but it is personal.
Yeah,
he's not hiding it either.
I think Mississippi State will win the game. I don't know if they cover the 9.5 yet.
On Thursday, North Carolina, South Carolina, Wimp's pick there. He likes North Carolina. I like Wimp's pick. In a game like that, though South Carolina is going to be excited about being there, I'll take the team that's very comfortable scoring points in a bowl game. North Carolina is comfortable scoring points. Is Sam Howell playing?
As far as I know.
Yeah, so if Sam Howell's playing, I like that one.
I'm with you.
Also on Thursday, Tennessee and Purdue. I mean, the Vols back in a bowl game. There's got to be a level of excitement for Josh Heupel getting them into a bowl game with Hendon Hooker saying I'm coming back as well. There's momentum there. I like Tennessee in that game too.
There is momentum with Hendon Hooker coming back. I think oftentimes a bowl win or a bowl loss as it affects momentum for next year is way overplayed. I think the momentum is that you're getting Hendon Hooker coming back the way he finished the season this year.
The 2 playoff games, which we'll talk more about coming up. Saturday morning, you have Arkansas and Penn State, Kentucky and Iowa, and Ole Miss and Baylor all going on January 1, and still one more game on Tuesday the 4th, a week from tomorrow, LSU and Kansas State in the Texas Bowl. Those are the SEC teams still to play in the bowl outing, the SEC off to an 0-2 start. Part of our show, before I tell you why the bowl system is broken, being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. It's time to move to a new year, but you can have the same old problems with leaves and pine straw and gook in your gutters that'll cause damage to your house unless you get Gutter Cap.
Yeah, call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. 45% off the retail price for January installs. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it. GutterCapBirmingham.com or 823-2212.
Okay, here we go, Brownie and LT. I think we all agree there are playoff games, national championship, and really only one other bowl that we all sit down and we say, this is a circle. I'm going to watch it every year, and that's the Rose Bowl. 2 playoff games, national championship, Rose Bowl. I mean, I just love watching the Rose Bowl. It is the granddaddy of them all. And if the Rose Bowl is broken, then you will give me that it's all broken, right? Ohio State returns 1/3 of their allotted tickets to the Rose Bowl.
Third.
Ohio State cannot sell their allotment of Rose Bowl tickets.
What do you mean?
Utah on the other side, really excited to be there. They've never gone to the Rose Bowl, if I remember correctly, right? So they're playing their first Rose Bowl. Not only did they buy their allotment, they're buying more than their allotment.
The other 1/3.
Yeah,
probably,
they're buying everything up. It's going to be Utah red everywhere. I think the allotment is $20,000 for each team, and then you can buy tickets. And Ohio State can only sell 2/3 of their allotment to the Rose Bowl. If Ohio State, and I know they thought they were going to be a playoff team, Alabama's dealt with this with the Sugar Bowl and the other bowls that they play, and Auburn's dealt with it. When you're in the playoff era, if you're not in the playoffs and you thought you should be there, there's no excitement for your bowl game.
That's true.
But if the Rose Bowl is broken, then what are we fighting for? If we can't get excited about going to play in the Rose Bowl, if you're a Big Ten team, then what the hell are we fighting for with this bowl system? Let's just start over. It's okay to keep the Rose Bowl. It's okay to do whatever, but let's expand the playoffs and stop worrying about protecting these bowl games.
Well, I mean, really, outside of the Rose Bowl, I don't know another game you guys are excited about. There's other bowl games I'll watch.
I'm interested
We've got
in
a stake on Western Michigan and Nevada right now.
I'm interested in Ole Miss Baylor. Like I said, just contrasting styles. I think it'll be a fun game.
Well, I do it every year. I mean, I've watched so many of these bowl games that I have zero interest in. Like I watched UCF Florida the other night.
I did too.
And
I cannot believe Florida got beat like that.
Yeah, but I
should be used to it after watching this year.
But I'm watching it and I'm like, this is interesting to me because UCF it was a packed house. First off, they sold out Raymond James Stadium, so first of all, you got a crowd that's into it. It meant a lot to UCF and UCF fans.
You saw the way Gus celebrated. It's like they'd won the national championship.
Yeah, and they are moving towards the Big 12, so there is reason why they wanted to beat an SEC team. There was a lot on it for UCF, and Florida had their new coach who isn't coaching, doing interviews on the sidelines in a suit, and an interim coach coaching, and it didn't mean as much to the Florida folks. But I found myself watching that, and I was intrigued by it. I watched a lot of Missouri and Army. Didn't think I would be interested in that. So I watch these games, though I'm never excited about them before they start. But I end up watching more than I ever say I'm going to watch. So there are people watching it. I just don't understand why we're worried about. We're still going to watch them. Let's stop worrying about protecting the bowls. We're still going to watch them because it's football on television. Let's just go ahead and do what we got to do with the playoffs, get that right, and then whatever happens with the bowls happens with the bowls.
Because most of the people making decisions are people that grew up when the bowls meant everything. I mean, that's the people that are making the decisions in the sport.
So with that said, in the next 10, 15 years, that will not be the case.
I don't think so.
Do you think that's when we eventually see the erosion of all the bowls?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't know that they're going to entirely go away because they're always going to have the same meaning as they have now.
Yeah, but it's the Rose Bowl that's always been the one that people have wanted to protect. And the reason I bring it up, Brown, is because so now here is your Rose Bowl with your famed Big 12, Big 10, Pac-12 relationship. And the Ohio State University has no desire to come play in your game.
Right.
So what does that tell you? What are you protecting now? What are you saving now? Well, Big 10 commissioner. What are you worried about? I mean, that's always been a concern for him. What is he worried about now? I mean, the Pac-12 shouldn't care about the Rose Bowl. They should be worried about let's get as many playoff spots as open so that we can guarantee getting one team in every year.
Exactly.
But it's the Big Ten and that relationship with the Rose Bowl that has slowed down the progress of college football since the beginning of time.
Yeah, but I think
why are they worried about the Rose Bowl anymore when the Ohio State doesn't even want to go there?
Well, I think Ohio State is the one program that is actually in this game. Every other Big 12 or Big 10 program would have been excited about this game.
Like if Michigan State were there.
If Michigan was there. So Michigan is in the college playoff. But if you would have told Michigan fans before the season, you're going to win, Ohio State's 10-2. You're going to go 10-2, and you're going to play in the Rose Bowl this year. Michigan fans would have been all about it. Michigan fans would have taken their allotment and bought some others, and they would be traveling.
Like, I'll be very interested in the ticket breakdown between Michigan and Georgia fans. And honestly, Cincinnati and Alabama fans.
I think if I'm right, somebody told me ATIX, our local ticket brokers, that Michigan, Alabama is the preferred national championship game as far as the biggest price ticket.
Because Michigan fans will be hungrier.
Michigan fans will be hungrier.
And Indianapolis
is a close drive. I would imagine in Miami, still, though, Michigan being there, we saw it with Notre Dame, them being in a playoff. Georgia's been there. Georgia coming off the loss to Alabama. If you're a Georgia fan, do you want to go to Miami to watch them lose? If they win, you want to go to Indianapolis and be there for that. Save your money for that one. I would imagine it's 2-1 Michigan fans at least.
And don't underestimate how many Michigan snowbirds live in the state of Florida.
That's right.
I mean, that's a home game for a lot of those fans.
Yeah, I think Georgia, if they would have beaten Alabama, their fans would have paid whatever for the national championship matchup.
That's right.
But now if they've got a rematch with Alabama, I think there's some Georgia fans that are like, I don't know if I'm going to spend this money to get disappointed again.
I can't take the pain.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. And I don't know how many Cincinnati fans are out there.
It's a pretty big school, relatively speaking, I think. You know.
They're doing a blackout. I saw.
It's so funny I say that without really knowing. You know, it's a big city, but it may not be a big enrollment. Like UCF is always a surprising enrollment to me.
One of the biggest in the country.
They seem like they've got a really good home field advantage.
They do.
But, I mean, what is Nippert, like 50,000?
I thought it was like 40,000.
It might be.
Yeah.
So I just wonder. But, you know, heck, if all 40,000 travel, that's a big crowd.
Well, I've got this at 46,000 enrollment. That's a big school.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati.
Bigger than Alabama.
Yeah.
It's the same as Alabama.
I mean, that's I didn't know they were that big. But they're doing a blackout. I saw from Casa Grande.
Do they know about the history of the blackout?
Clearly no.
Yeah.
Clearly not.
I believe your answer is there.
Clearly not. All right. Lunsford's going to give us his viewing menu when we come back, and I got a couple of notes from the entertainment world as well, and we'll get back into the college football, and you'll hear from Nick Saban and Luke Fickell as they arrived in Dallas yesterday. That coming up. Justin Hokanson on Auburn's game at 11 o'clock, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Hope you got by Nichols and got outfitted for the upcoming hunting seasons.
Yeah, if you did not, it's a great spot for that hunter in your life. Listen, they will thank you for all the great gear they've got there at Nichols Outfitters, one of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters, the inventory and the expertise you need. Off exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power. With so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets, versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, cowan.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Of course, I'm getting annihilated by special teams in this bowl game. I'm worried about Carson Strong not being there with Nevada. We got a stake bet if you're just in on this bowl game that has started, the Quick Lane Bowl that started at 10 a.m. And I'm all worried about LT taking Western Michigan. I take a team that's opted out. We drive down the field, boom, boom, boom. We beat Nevada. And we kick a field goal and take a 3-0 lead. And then, of course, on the ensuing kickoff, LT's Western Michigan Broncos go 100 yards, and Sky Moore takes it to the house. I don't even know if it's Sky Moore. Whoever took it to the house.
It's a good name, though.
Yeah. And Western Michigan takes a 7-3 lead, and they got the ball back, so I'm down a little bit right here. Viewing menu today and always brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art. Lunsford in for Rockstar will tell us about that, and I got a couple of notes on Spider-Man. Never Go Home. What's it called?
Never Go Home.
No Way Home.
No Way Home.
Did you finally see it?
I have not, no.
New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
All right. I'm sorry. That was funny. No Way Home. Yeah. All right. So it's poker night, for me. So not a lot of viewing. But I will say last night, if any of y'all watched Don't Look Up Yet, the new Adam McKay movie.
I watched it.
No.
It's very on the nose. It's kind of funny.
Yep.
Definitely not his best work, but that came out over the weekend.
Yeah, let me tell you,
he's got some bad work too. He's got some really good stuff, and he's got some really bad stuff.
Like, what are some other things he's done?
Anchorman,
Step Brothers, Big Short,
Talladega Nights,
Vice.
Let me tell you what this was.
Succession.
This was a political movie.
Correct.
All right, and the comet can be COVID-19. The comet can be global warming. The comet could be race relations. It could be the inflation. The comet is whatever you think the government is ignoring or covering up.
Doesn't seem like your kind of movie, Dunaway.
I enjoyed it. It was entertaining, but it was not overly funny. No.
I watched 2 of your movies this weekend, And I said I wasn't going to do it after watching Love Actually because it was god awful.
So you watched Serendipity? You love that?
I had to watch The Holiday, which was a little bit better than Love Actually, but it was still really bad.
Oh, Holiday was fantastic.
And Four Christmases was awful. I can't tell you how bad that movie is.
I don't like Four Christmases.
Terrible.
That's my wife's obsessed with that movie, along with Love Actually. Didn't like Four Christmases. Love Actually is whatever, but that was bad.
I liked Love Actually, and Serendipity is a good holiday movie as well. And then The Holiday is really good. You switch places with somebody.
Yeah, that was very believable too. So they do a house swap. I'm doing this for anybody if you haven't seen it. I'm not spoiling this because you don't want to see it. They do a house swap. Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz. They're having men trouble, and so they swap houses, Brown. So Cameron Diaz goes from L.A. to this house in England. Kate Winslet goes to her L.A. home. Well, Cameron Diaz happens to meet Kate Winslet's brother while she's there. They fall in love, and then they all come back and spend New Year's Eve together in Cameron Diaz's house.
That's a deep plot.
One of them's Jack Black, isn't it?
Yeah, Jack Black. Yeah, Jack Black's going to land Kate Winslet too.
Really,
that was possible.
Also coming out this weekend, Licorice Pizza. Have any of y'all seen the trailer for that?
What is that?
I try to convince my daughter. I saw the trailer. I try to convince my daughter and I to, because, my son and Maggie on Christmas Day, they were vegging out. So I was like, let's run and see a movie. Let's go watch. I messed up and called it. What was the girl who was in Pretty Woman?
Julia Roberts.
What was the Julia Roberts pizza movie back in
Mystic
the day?
Pizza.
Mystic. I was like, let's go watch Mystic Pizza. And she's like, I've never heard of that, Dad. And I said, I promise you, it's in the theaters right now.
In 1986 it was.
And she looked at she's like, you mean licorice pizza? I was like, yeah, okay.
I have no interest, but this is supposed to be one of the best movies of the year, nominated for everything. It's going to be one of the most nominated movies at the Oscars, but I have no interest in it. It's some old-timey movie, or made kind of old-timey, like 70s, 80s, about acting. I don't know, but anyway.
70s genre. It's got
a bunch of big names in it, like in small roles. Bradley
Dustin
Cooper, Sean Penn, Tom Waits, a lot of people, but the main people are no-name people, except the lead person in it is the lead singer from Haim, who did a song with Taylor Swift on her new album. That's the only thing I know about her.
But I think Dustin Hoffman's son is the lead male character.
I'll take your word for it. I have no interest in it.
Nightmare Alley?
I have not yet. I do want to see it.
Yeah. By the way, No Way Home from Spider-Man passed 1 billion, flew past is what the headline says, flew past $1 billion in global box office.
That's amazing.
Is that a hit?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're okay on that return?
I would say they're good with that.
If you blow past $1 billion.
Especially recently.
And Brown?
Yep.
Get your windows ready to fog up. Bridgerton Season 2 coming in March.
Well, somebody told me, though, that the main guy is not going to be on there.
So in this basically,
he's about to be James Bond or something like that.
That was my wife that said that. I don't know.
Oh, that was Laurel.
I don't know what's true or not.
Laurel told me that.
She's been saying that for a while, that he's going to be out. They wanted to get John Boyega, I think, the guy from Star Wars. I don't know. I never watched the show. I don't know.
I did watch. Rockstar suggested it being the Ricardos.
Yeah, I watched it. It's okay.
Oh, you really?
That's not
really
my thing.
liked
I've never been a Lucy fan.
Oh, I haven't either.
The actors were really good in it, though.
Yeah, see, I want to see it. Was he good?
Oh, I thought. What's her name? I can't say her name right now. Nicole Kidman was phenomenal. Can you get an Academy Award nomination for Amazon? She'll win it. She was terrific.
What category was she in, Brown?
Best Actress.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, J.K. Simmons may win Best Supporting Actor, too.
I liked Javier Bardem.
Well, you think about all three of them have won Academy Awards.
Yeah, here's the thing about Javier Bardem. His whole role was to kind of be that over the top character. And he played it well, but you're just like, my gosh, that's so over the top. Well, so was Desi Arnaz.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think they all did good. Don't get me wrong. But I think he was the best in the movie.
You know, and I learned something there. Desi Arnaz was a really smart guy.
Really was.
He and Lucy created Desilu Productions, which back in the day, to be able to do that was pretty uncommon.
You didn't do it.
No, you did not. And they produced a lot of shows, not just I Love Lucy, but also the Andy Griffith Show, a couple others that are notable shows. And he was an innovator. He was the first one to do the 3-camera shoot for a sitcom.
The way every sitcom after that used
That's
it.
right,
Yeah.
in a live studio audience. Nobody had ever done it before him.
So they had just had one shot back in the day.
And he insisted on I Love Lucy being delivered to the television stations on 35mm film so it would look better. And it was a huge expense to CBS.
But they had to do it because of Lucy.
So tell me if this was a good idea, though. So CBS said, we'll do it, but y'all got to take less for the shows. And Desi Arnett says, we'll take less for the shows if you'll let us own the rights to the film. And CBS agreed to it because they thought, what's the film worth? Once it airs, what's it worth?
Yep. Became the first reruns.
Syndication.
Yep.
And they made a fortune off the syndication of I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
That was all Desi Arnaz.
And I had to look this up because I knew the answer was very short. But I Love Lucy only aired from 51 to 57.
Yep.
But my God, it was still running when I was a kid.
In the 70s, all the time.
They made a fortune off that deal.
Yeah.
And that was all because he wanted it to look better, and CBS was too cheap. And they said, if you'll take less money, and he said, we'll take less money if you let us own the rights to the film.
Is it still
And CBS was
available anywhere
"No,
like TV Land?
Oh, yeah.
I Love Lucy?
Yeah.
I mean, I watched it on Nick at Night when I was a kid. It's still on TV Land out there. The best part of the movie, though, is that kind of stuff to me. Not necessarily the dynamic between Lucy and
I
Ricky,
agree.
but
I agree.
and Desi, but the best part of it, you see the business side of it. You see how communism affected Hollywood back in the day, because that's kind of the central theme of it. Their relationship, the 3-camera setup, the money, how Philip Morris
So did
had
they get
control over
labeled with
everything.
McCarthyism back then?
She did.
She did. Her whole thing was she accidentally checked a box one time back in the day that she was with the Communist Party. She said it was an accident.
Well,
It's a whole who knows what actually happened.
Yeah.
But
that's the best scene was when Javier Bardem.
The best scene is at the end.
Yeah.
When he goes out to protect her.
I agree.
The final act is phenomenal, I will say that.
Yeah,
and
such
the acting was
good
good.
acting.
Overall, that's just not my kind of thing, though.
I think it's very good, though.
Desilu, Star Trek, Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
The Andy Griffith Show. You mentioned that one. Just a number of ones that, stand out television shows over the years.
Made a fortune off that deal.
Yeah, really good. All right, that is Dick Van Dyke Show with Desilu shot. So just really entertaining stuff.
Dick Van Dyke, living or dead?
Still alive.
96 last week, I think.
Yeah, still alive. Amazing from back in that day. All right, the teams have arrived. You'll hear the sound after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's right now. They've got a championship innovative service available for you right now. It's called Smart Pest. Smart Pest. What Wayne's is doing here, they've introduced the Smart Pest solution. This is it goes with your traditional pest control services, but it's a 24-hour, 7 days a week monitoring system that keeps an eye out for rodents and roaches and other things that could infest your house. It communicates and prevents that infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. To learn more about it, you can go to the Wayne's website or call this number, 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. This is the future of pest control. You'll want to check it out. And because you're a Next Round viewer and listener, you can save $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. Use the promo code TNR. TNR for the Next Round. Save $60 off your first Smart Pest service. Call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. They provide residential, commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service for all of us here on the Next Round. Exclusive provider for us. We trust them, and you should too. Our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. All right, both Alabama and Cincinnati arriving in Dallas yesterday. Nick Saban speaking about the Tide's mentality of being back in the playoffs and facing Cincinnati as a number 1 seed. Everyone hyped up about the win over Georgia. They're SEC champions, but Nick Saban telling you there's more work to do.
When you're in the playoffs, it's all about what's happening now. It's what's in front of you right now. This is one of those, you either win or go home, type situations. And I think players need to understand that. This is a great opportunity for our team. They worked hard all year. I appreciate the effort, the adversity that they overcame, the things that they need to do to get here. But you didn't, come this far to get this far. So now's the time that you have to realize that, we have to be the best we can be as coaches, and every player needs to do the best they can to create the habits that'll help them be the best player when the game comes. And they're playing against a very good team and a well-coached team and a team that's, undefeated and had a tremendous amount of success all season long. So it's not going to be easy. It'll be a real battle. And our players have to prepare themselves the right way for that.
I do think the mentality of of where Alabama is in this game could play a factor, especially early on, because we talk all the time about, how hungry you are, and in these bowl games, normal bowl games, it's the team that really wants to be there the most. There is something about being the hunted or the hunter, and there's no doubt Cincinnati comes into this one. This is their first time ever. Alabama players are just coming off a year where they, won it all. They're used to being in the playoffs. They expect to be in the playoffs. You can get a little lethargic with that mindset.
Well, we've seen 4 seeds actually win a championship before. For the first 5 playoffs, the number 1 seed never won a championship, and now the number 1 seed in back-to-back years, and 19 with LSU and last year with Alabama, has won a national championship. Look, Cincinnati, I think they've had a chip on their shoulder their entire season. In some of these games, they were a little flat, but this is a really good Cincinnati team. Now, are they good enough to beat Alabama? If everything breaks right and they're plus 2 or 3 in turnovers, I think they could beat Alabama. I do.
Is this the biggest college football playoff underdog we've seen?
No. Last year, Alabama was 18.5 over Notre Dame.
Were they really?
Wow. How about that? So last year, Alabama a bigger favorite over Notre Dame than they are for Cincinnati.
This Cincinnati team is better than last year's Notre Dame.
How about that?
And last year's Alabama team is better than this.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to just say I'm happy to be here if you're Cincinnati, but even that right there is enough. We're a better team than Notre Dame. We not only beat them on the field this year, but as we face one of their quote unquote peers, we're closer to them than Notre Dame was this time last year.
Look, I mean, Bryce Young went out and slayed Georgia. 421 yards. He was basically flawless. So, I'm not going to sit here and say Cincinnati's got a better defense than Georgia, because they don't. But still, the numbers are the numbers, and they played against pretty good quarterbacks. Tanner Mordecai and that SMU system was really good, and they completely shut them down. But opposing quarterbacks are only completing 54% of their passes against this Bearcat defense, and they've almost got twice as many interceptions as they've allowed touchdown passes. 18 picks, only 10 touchdown passes all year.
All right, so that's Nick Saban yesterday as Alabama arrived in Dallas. You'll hear from Luke Fickell coming up a little bit later on. Right now, score update from Detroit. I am trending in a horrible direction. Western Michigan up 14-3 over Nevada, and Western Michigan has the football as they play there at Ford Field in Detroit. Not going good for my undermanned Wolfpack against the Broncos. Could lose a stake right here at the end of 2021. You guys looking forward to 2022?
It can't be any worse than 2020 or 2021.
I was going to say, though, you didn't think 2021 could be worse than 2020. It's been a good year, though, I think.
Oh, there's been a lot of positives.
Yeah, it wasn't worse.
Yeah.
2021 was much better.
Yeah,
than
2021 was better.
Yeah. For us personally, it was phenomenal.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to 2022.
I'm ready for all this stuff to go away, though.
I don't think it ever will.
Probably not. Of course, you said that about the Gulf oil spill, didn't you?
Yeah. It still is there, man. I still get those little brown. I get those little black shells.
The beach will never be the same.
It's not. You still occasionally get that black shell roll up.
Dunaway goes and looks for them. Look, there's one.
Yeah. I'd love for BP to donate more money to our state income right now. All right, when we come back, more college football talk as we keep rolling on. Getting ready for Alabama-Cincinnati. You'll hear from Luke Fickell and a lot more, and Hokinson on the Auburn game at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Man, Brownie, what could they do for you today?
Well, Dr. Lee Goldenberg can get that nervous system straight by getting your spine properly aligned, and that affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. Dunaway just asked if you're looking forward to 2022. Make it a healthier year. Greystone Chiropractic can help you do that. GreysstoneChiropractor.com or 205-981-8090. 205-981-8090. GreysstoneChiropractor.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
All right, back with you on the next round. Top of the hour, we'll talk to Hokinson here in just a second. Wanted to bring up one of these interesting things that happen that I feel like only happens in Bo Nix's world. Because he picks Oregon as his transfer destination. Meanwhile, over the weekend, you get, or at least the Christmas break while we've been gone, you get a big local kid who had left Calera and gone all the way out to Oregon to play for Mario Cristobal. 4-star recruit Jason Jones, defensive lineman, 4-star from Calera, had picked Oregon back in the day over Alabama and Auburn and LSU and Florida and Georgia. Wanted to go play for Mario in Oregon. Well, when Mario leaves, he hits the portal. And he picks Auburn over our little Christmas break here.
It's like a trade, really.
So it ends up being like a trade, Brandon.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which gives Auburn fans the opportunity to take one more shot at Bo Nix.
Yeah, I saw Auburn fans that were like, oh, we got the better end of this trade.
Yeah. Now, we've thrown out the Cowan Equipment poll question. Who has a better year next year? Bo, Auburn to Oregon, or Jason Jones, Oregon to Auburn? And both could have good years.
Well, if you just ask me who's going to win more games next year, of course, I don't know if Bo's going to be starting. I mean, are you guys convinced Bo's going to be starting next year? I'm not convinced.
You think it'll be who?
Well, I mean, it could be Ty Thompson. I mean, if that's the future, if Dan Lanning wants the younger quarterback, you heard Luginbill last week say, look, if everything's equal, I think he goes with Ty Thompson. I mean, that's some coach's mentality. Another coach might say, hey, in year one, I want to be successful. I want to get this thing going in the right direction. I'm going to use the experienced quarterback. I think Bo will play. I just don't know if he's going to be your starter for 12 games.
I understand the concern.
But I do think with that schedule, I think Oregon's going to win 9 or 10 games, whoever the quarterback is.
Yeah, they're going to win some games. Bo's going to be on a more, whether he's quarterback or not, he's going to be on a more successful team, is what's expected. I don't think it's a given that Jason Jones is an insert twin. I mean, he played 13 games for Oregon. I don't think he's necessarily can have the same impact on an SEC defense that he had on an Oregon defense last year.
Well, I mean, quarterback's always going to impact the game more. But sometimes that's negative. If a guy like Jason Jones is impacting it negatively, you just replace him with a guy. You can't do that as much at quarterback. I mean, we'll have to see. If Nix isn't starting, then yeah, the Auburn probably got the better end of that deal. But I got to see who Auburn's starting next year too. I mean, who do you guys think Auburn's starting at quarterback next year?
I have no idea. I still think a portal guy could be in play.
Feels like it's getting late in that game, though, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, while you were gone, Connor Bazelak hit the portal.
But you say that, I'll never forget the first portal guy that really got a ton of steam was Russell Wilson. Do you guys remember that?
Yep.
And when you and I were doing a show out at the old Hoover Met, and I remember Auburn was in the mix for Russell Wilson.
Yeah, it looked like they were a finalist.
And he ends up going from NC State to Wisconsin. That didn't go down until May.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, some of these guys could hold out. I know they want to be there for spring, but I think you've still got a little bit of time.
But I think that was played Wisconsin over Oregon. He picked Wisconsin over Auburn,
Yeah.
It was down to those two. Right now, our listeners and viewers, 53% think Jason has a better year at Auburn than Bo has at Oregon. Just one more parting shot from the Auburn faithful.
I mean, I could see it. Again, if Nix isn't starting, it's almost a guarantee. I mean, if the guy just contributes a little bit, he's better than a non-starting quarterback.
If I say rank these three pass rushers in Big Ten recent history, playoff era, Joey Bosa, or any of the Bosas, Aiden Hutchinson, Chase Young. Who's number one? Who's two? Who's three?
Chase Young is one.
I think I go Chase, the Bosa's either or, and then Aiden Hutchinson. I know Aiden Hutchinson was your runner-up for the Heisman this year, and he's tremendous, and I think he'll be good at the next level. But
Chase Young was phenomenal.
Yeah, and so were the Bosas.
Yeah,
the Bosas just can't stay healthy, and obviously Chase Young's banged up right now.
He's hurt now. Yeah.
You guys are correctly. Pro Football Focus ranks Chase Young in the playoff era as the best edge rusher in Big Ten history. They scored this stuff out. I don't know how they score it. Aiden Hutchinson ahead of the Bosas.
Okay.
They put him right behind Chase Young.
Well, you remember Joey shut it down early, Brown. I think he shut it down, midway through the season, and I think Nick might have shut it down too.
It's interesting. Georgia's offensive line is not coming off their best game, obviously. But I don't know if you guys remember how dominant Manti Te'o was.
He was a Heisman runner-up.
Yeah. I gave him a Heisman vote. And he went to play Alabama was a non-factor. And I think it'll be interesting to see if Georgia can neutralize Hutchinson. You see that sometimes. These defenders, they're phenomenal, and then they get in the playoffs, they disappear.
He's helped out by the bookend at the other end of that line, right? It's not just you can't run away from Aiden Hutchinson as much because who's the kid on the other end for Michigan? I don't have the name written down.
Tough name to pronounce, too.
Yeah. The guy at the other end. They've got a couple
That's
of
what
pass
they call
rusher.
him. I think that's his nickname. Yeah.
Yeah, the bookend at the other end. Yeah.
That is something that I'll be fascinated. Can Georgia find a way to neutralize Hutchinson? Is he a factor in that game? Because as good as Jordan Davis was this year, how big a factor was he against Alabama?
He's pretty much a non-factor.
Yep.
Yeah. He found himself gassed most of the game because he was chasing Bryce Young around and could never get to him. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Big shout out to some friends driving home right
David
now.
Ojoba. Yeah, it's something like that. Anyway, 11
Ajabo.
sacks for him. Ajabo, yeah. 11 sacks for him and 14 for Hutchinson.
I was going to guess
it is Ajabo.
Joku, but would have been wrong. Michelson Laser Vision, though, giving you a clear look at the upcoming college football playoffs, which starts on Friday.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Just call if you've been wasting money each and every month on the contacts and solution. You owe it to yourself to call just to schedule the hassle-free consultation to see if LASIK is right for you. Again, I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Write the number down, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com. Tell Amy the guys from the next round sent you, and they're going to hook you up.
A great gift from Mac Jones in just a second. Shout out to Lauren Sisler, her husband John, listening to us on the app, driving back from their holidays in Virginia on their way back to Alabama. Man, she has traveled recently. Lauren, for ESPN, was at the Fargo Dome for the FCS semifinals. Then she was at the Potato Bowl in Boise for that bowl game. And then she's in Virginia for the holidays. Now she's in a truck driving back, listening to us, coming back. I don't know if she has another bowl assignment or not coming up, but thanks for tuning us in on the drive back today.
At least it's been easy travel, though.
Yeah.
I got to imagine Fargo and Boise are really easy to get to from Birmingham.
I mean, how many connectors? 2 or 3?
Oh, my gosh.
With all the cancellations and flights.
Spend your whole life in an airport trying to get to those two places.
Birmingham to Fargo, Birmingham to Boise.
That's got to be tough.
Easiest flight, you think? Birmingham to Fargo, Birmingham to Boise.
Boise.
I bet you connect through Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I bet it's a one connector through Denver.
Yep.
I bet it's Birmingham, Houston, Denver, Boise.
Well, it's tough, man.
Yeah,
when you have 2 connectors.
Fargo's probably Birmingham, Nashville, Chicago.
Then you get on a train and a bus at some point. Mac Jones gifts his offensive lineman Bitcoin. Gave him a gift basket. Each one of them got some Bitcoin as well.
I don't know how much. One right now, I haven't looked today. Lunsford may know, somewhere around 51,000, I think, today. I don't think he gave him a full Bitcoin.
Yeah, but it's a he's friends with David.
51? Yeah.
He's friends with David Bailey, who is the CEO of Bitcoin Magazine and is also an Alabama graduate.
Oh.
Yeah, so he used the resources of Alabama to find out how he should gift Bitcoin to the offensive lineman. Apparently, the old lineman raved about his gift package he put together for them.
I mean, there's people that think a Bitcoin could reach $150,000.
Do you give the backup offensive lineman the same gift?
He gave 12 gifts.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. 12 gifts is what I read there from Mac Jones. And if you're just scoring at home, David Bailey thinks Bitcoin will peak in 2025. He says this is the only time, this is his funny line, the only time you want your old lineman to hold. They should hold their Bitcoin.
I like it.
Top of the hour. When we come back, Justin Hokanson, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. That's Greg from Pell City. You know Greg from Pell City because we've been telling you about him for years and years. And what do you get from Greg in Pell City? You get the best warranties in the business, yes, but you also get a guy who's going to answer the phone when you call up, and he's going to be the guy that gets on your roof. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. He's the owner. He's the guy who gets on your roof. Can't beat that. That's right. Hands-on stuff from Greg from Pell City. Look him up on Facebook. Locally owned for over 20 years. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. You want to know how good Greg from Pell City is? You don't have to listen to me. Just go to our Farmfolio chat room. Ask people in there. So many of them have used Greg from Pell City as well. Even Rockstar used him. Saved thousands of dollars. He can do it for you. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Get a free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection right now. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Buy tickets online now at TicketSmarterBirminghamBowl.com. Don't miss your chance to pack the brand new Protective Stadium when the Auburn Tigers take on the Houston Cougars in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, December 28th at Protective Stadium.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th at the brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets start at just $30. Buy now at birminghambowl.com. Auburn versus Houston, December 28th at Protective Stadium. Tickets on sale now.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Justin Hokanson standing by. My team that I have a stake bet here, trying to score a touchdown. A late flag here. I'm fearful that it's going to be against Nevada. Western Michigan's up 17-3, touchdown pending. They're going to do it on the kickoff, so it is a touchdown. Nevada back in it, boys. I'm getting 6.5, and the Wolfpack trying to win a stake here over your Broncos. You're not into this game that much.
Who, me?
Yeah, Dunaway
really.
wants you living and dying with every play.
Yeah. I'm sure it was a difficult ticket to the Quick Lane Bowl up in Detroit.
I did get information.
This used to be the Little Caesars Bowl. Do you remember?
I do remember that, yeah.
Our guy Steve Susi from ATIC says Auburn, Houston is nearing a sellout.
All right.
Yeah.
That'd be great for the stadium. That's one thing I'm looking forward to at Protective Stadium is seeing this thing packed for the first time. A complete sellout would be great. Everybody shows up and we get a good picture so they can put it on all the tickets for Protective Stadium.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Love those guys. Back open today for lunch and dinner. Sterling and his crew down there ready to take care of you. If you're tired of eating ham or turkey or any of the stuff you've been eating over the holidays, go by there and get a great fried chicken meal. And don't forget those world-famous tamales, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Before we get to Hoke, headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. Alabama Power, keeping you connected.
Yeah, for more than a century, Alabama Power and their employees have served our state. That's not all. They got the Alabama Power Foundation working closely with schools, educational organizations, and nonprofits to support programs that are helping young people learn and thrive. Find out more, alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Brown, while I give the headline, see if Auburn has moved up in the AP basketball poll yet. Maybe Hokinson has seen that. Has it been released yet? Usually get that right at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Alabama, football-wise, no players in COVID protocol. They arrived in Dallas yesterday, practice. They'll practice a normal week all week long. And they do expect to have Bill O'Brien back calling plays in time for Friday's 2:30 kick against Cincinnati. Auburn plays Houston coming up tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock down at Protective Stadium. You just heard Brown breaking the story that they are close to a hard sellout for that game. Still a few tickets left if you want to try to get that one. Smoke Monday making the announcement over the weekend that he is going pro. We saw him do Senior Day down there during the Iron Bowl, sort of an indicator there, but he is going to do that. And Auburn also picked up 4-star defensive lineman Jason Jones, transfer from Oregon, former Calera star. He's on his way there now, and I'll give you that AP poll as soon as it is officially released. Those are your headlines. Let's talk about the Birmingham Bowl now.
Justin Hokanson with us on 3 Sports. He's on the Pepsi hotline. Hoke, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. I'm heading to Birmingham now.
Good. Coming up for the Birmingham Bowl. If you, from what you can gather, and I know you're around some of the practices, Auburn's mental approach to this bowl game, it can be tricky. Where do you kind of have this team who's had a pretty long layoff since the Iron Bowl?
Yeah, and yeah, that's kind of one of the things I've thought about with this team is kind of where their head's going to be at. Let's see, we talked to some guys on Friday, Tank Bigsby, Smoke Monday, Shedrick Jackson, and they said all the right things. They seem like they're dialed in. I think that I think there's a couple things that help that. I think playing this game in Birmingham is going to help that. Getting to practice, at Hoover and staying close to home. There should be a lot of Auburn fans at the game. Obviously, I think that's going to help them in this scenario. And I also think getting paired up with Houston, who's a ranked opponent and who a lot of people are picking to beat you. I think that will help them, stay motivated as well. I mean, I think Brian Harsin and that staff do a pretty good job, but I think those two factors will help this team play at probably a higher level than if they would have been in an out-of-state random bowl against an unranked team. I think there's some things that kind of might help them get up and play well on Tuesday. So I think they'll be ready to go.
So 2-part question here. How much D. Davis will we see tomorrow? And going into 2022, if you had to take a guess, who is Auburn's starting quarterback?
Well, on D. Davis tomorrow, we know that he's going to get time. How much, I don't know. I mean, I've thought he would have gotten time before now, and he hasn't. So, one of the things that we talked to Brian Harsin about, I asked him on Friday, I said, hey, how do you deal with bowl preparation? How much do you want to win the game? How much do you look ahead to trying out younger players and getting them extra practice? Like, how do you balance it? And he was like, you do this to win the game. I mean, period. He was like, we're doing this to win the bowl game. I mean, yeah, guys will get extra playing time, but we're trying to win. And so that mentality is the one thing that kind of holds me back to not sure what D. Davis's impact is going to be. Will he play? Yes, but like Brian Harsin said, he's trying to win, and if Finley's playing fine, or if D. Davis, he's not going to throw him out there just to get him some work if it's going to hurt their chances of winning. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword where you'd love to get him some action, but he also wants to win the game. So I don't know. I'd say I would right now. I'd go 2 to 3 series is all I would be comfortable saying. Maybe 2 series at the most, and then I think it's just going to depend on the circumstances of the game. And then in terms of next year, I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, Finley has got to be at the top at the moment just because of his positioning on the team. But, you know, they love Holden Geriner. D. Davis has got a lot of potential. He's just got to do things. He's just got to dial it in a little bit more. And then if they still end up getting a transfer quarterback, that's wide open. You have Austin Davis coming in, who's obviously going to have a huge say in who the quarterback is. That's going to be his main role, is developing that position. So, I mean, until he comes in and evaluates the quarterbacks and they implement the system, I mean, I don't think you could make a good prediction. You could maybe say Finley's an odds-on favorite just because of maybe some experience, but I think it's way too early to tell, honestly.
Are you surprised, and not surprised because we saw him do senior day back at the Iron Bowl, but Smoke Monday, who made it official that he's going to the NFL, bypassing all of his eligibility. Are you surprised that he's not hanging around, or even if he wasn't happy at Auburn, going to a portal somewhere else, that he's not going to play more college football? Do you think he's ready now to take that next step?
Do I think he's ready? He's probably as ready as he'll ever be. I mean, I think Smoke, I'm not surprised. I mean, Smoke's the kind of guy that I think, he did his 4 years. He's got a chance to play professionally, and he's going to go. I mean, Smoke's the kind of guy that is, I think, ready to make that jump. And I don't know how much better he would. You know, there's some things he does really well, and there's some liabilities that he has, and I'm not sure another year would fix that. You know, I think he's great against the run. He's a hard-hitting safety. He's a presence, and he does have some range in terms of, he's got like 3 defensive touchdowns, but he gets caught in some situations where he's, man-to-man situations or different stuff like that where he's not all that great. So I'm not sure how much jump he could make if he stayed around the next year. You got Zacoby McClain, who's leaving, who could have done the same thing, and McCreary's leaving, and so I think Smoke's in that same category, is just ready to go to the next level and try out his try it out in the professional ranks. I'm not surprised, and I'm not sure how much better he would have gotten next year.
Justin Hokanson is with us on the Pepsi hotline, @_J Hokinson on Twitter. Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports, as he heads to Birmingham for the Birmingham Bowl. As far as opt-outs, guys that are not participating in the game, do you anticipate any additional names that might pop up on a game day? Do we know everybody that is absolutely not playing in this game?
I think so. I mean, I'd be surprised if there was a name at this point that was opting out. Obviously, you have Roger McCreary opting out, Zacoby McClain, Bradarius Ham, your right tackle, are all opt-out. And then you got the guys that transferred as well. But those are the 3 opt-outs. So I would be surprised if there's another guy. I mean, Smoke would have been a potential opt-out, being a senior, and he's gonna play in the game. And so no, I don't think there'll be anybody else. They're just gonna be thin. I mean, I think they got the players to beat Houston. They're just going to be thin. I mean, you got Nick Brahms, the starting center, won't play as well. So your offensive line's going to have 2 new starters. And then Tayshawn Manning, who was a backup guard, has already left and transferred to Kentucky. So the offensive line is going to be very thin. And the secondary, too, Zion Puckett, who's a starting safety, looks like he had surgery after the Iron Bowl on that injured shoulder, so he's not going to be available. And, of course, you're down McCreary. And so they're just going to be thin at some positions, but they've got the players to beat them. They just can't. Their margin of error is going to be slim.
As a guy that covers this team, tomorrow there's still a game to go. But if you just had to give a grade for the season based on first year for Harsin, injuries, expectations, what would that grade be?
Gosh, I don't know how you'd go. I mean, I don't know how you could get into if you go 6 and 6. If you go 6 and 7. I mean, you can't. You're in the C. You're maybe a C. I mean, I don't see how you can go higher. Even if they win, I'm not sure how you could go higher. I mean, you could say, look, if they beat Houston, that's 3 ranked wins. Now, that wouldn't be bad, but at all. But you lose 4 straight games to end the season. You have to fire your offensive coordinator after year 1. None of that's great. So to me, probably even if they win the game, C+. I mean, maybe you can make a case for a B- type of grade that I think would be acceptable. But it's just 7-6. I think most people thought 8-4 would be a really good season. 7-6. I mean, you can make excuses here and there, but that's not the standard. I mean, that 6 losses is 6 losses, and losing 4 straight is losing 4 straight, and having to fire a coordinator after year 1 is what it is. So I think I'd be hard pressed to go higher than that, no matter what happens tomorrow.
Some highs and some lows. How do you think Brian Harsin would grade the first few months of Auburn Live 3?
Wow.
Wow. Really good. We've exceeded expectations.
See, there you go. A+ from Brian
right.
Harsin to you guys.
There
yeah.
you go. There you go.
That's right. Well, congratulations on your success, and we always appreciate you joining us, Hoke. Are you excited to see the Auburn fans? I mean, there is excitement. The fact that the Birmingham Auburn fans, they love driving 2 hours and going to games at Jordan-Hare. I'm not saying that, but there is something neat about hopping out of the house, driving 15 minutes, going to an Auburn game, seeing all the Auburn, fanfare that goes with an Auburn game, and then driving back home in 15 minutes, you're back in the house. There's some excitement a little bit for Auburn fans to go down to Protective Stadium tomorrow morning, isn't there?
I think so, and I think it's grown. I think after the season, right, like you lose the Iron Bowl the way you do, and the Birmingham Bowl, and I think there was probably some initial hangover. But I think once you get over that and you kind of just look forward to going to see a bowl game, I think fans are excited. I mean, I was at the practice Friday at Hoover, and I mean, there might have been 1,000 people there. I was shocked at the amount of fans that came to Hoover High School on Christmas Eve afternoon to watch a practice, watch that hour of open practice. So I do think there's a lot of people in the Birmingham area that will be excited to just pop down there and watch a really good game. I think it could be one of the better bowl games, period. I just think it's going to be a really competitive football game in a good atmosphere. So Brian Harsin had a lot of good things to say about the stadium and UAB's history, and him coming from Boise. That was kind of cool to him just as a football guy. So I think there's a lot of good elements to this game. I think Auburn fans will be excited to go see this team in action, see if they can finish with a ranked win.
All right, Auburn Live is the website, On3 Sports. It's part of the On3 family, on3.com, Auburn Live. And follow Hokinson on Twitter, @_J Hokinson, @_J Hokinson. Hoke, thanks a lot for the time, man. Have a great new year. We'll talk again soon.
All right, thanks as always, guys. See ya.
All right, buddy. Justin Hokanson with us on the Pepsi Hotline. The coaches in the college football playoff were given the opportunity today. Normally they have you've seen this?
Yes.
A 15-minute open viewing period, right?
So Kirby.
Well, your boy's done it too. 15-minute open viewing period.
So Alabama's closed it down too?
And the schools were given the opportunity to close it down based on COVID. 2 schools chose to do it. 2 schools chose not to.
Let me guess. The experienced schools closed it down.
Correct. I'm a little surprised.
And Cincy and Michigan did not?
I'm a little surprised Harbaugh didn't, though. I bet he does tomorrow, now that he see that Kirby and Saban have.
Well, I'm not sure it's available tomorrow. I think today was the only day for you to get your video for the whole week, I think, for video. Not like we're going to be there to do that, but, there's that video opportunity. And I was surprised because the emails we get, being the credential media for the Cotton Bowl, I was surprised they were still doing it because we're already having to mask in certain places inside the hotel, and all the interviews when we get to Dallas are going to be Zoom interviews, virtual interviews. Our access has been really pared down over the last 3 or 4 days. That's why when you guys have been asking us questions, we've been telling you it's fluid. There's been some things that's been taken off the table that we were going to do that we can no longer do. So when that was still on the table, Brown, I was surprised it was still available, that they were going to, throw the media on a bus all together and take them to practice. And I did read that there was going to be no field access. You were going to have to stay, I think, row 2 or above to shoot your video. But still, they've opted in big AT&T Stadium not to have the dirty media come in and shoot the video.
Apparently Michigan now has as well. So Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, all canceled. Cincinnati's like, yeah, y'all come see us.
Luke should go ahead and do it. I mean,
well, they're already practicing. That's their problem.
Yeah.
Georgia, apparently down in Orlando, in Miami, the media was lined up waiting for the media bus. It's a 45-minute drive from Fort Lauderdale to Hard Rock Stadium.
It's not easy.
It is not easy at all. And apparently, as they're waiting, they come up and say, well, y'all quit waiting. Georgia has canceled your viewing period. Alabama was to practice this afternoon, so they've at least gotten some heads up from them.
Yeah. All right, so that's what's happening on the road there. The college football playoffs will be there live tomorrow. And our plan is to go live at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Is that correct?
We've discussed that, sure.
Okay, so because Auburn's kicking at 11 a.m., we are planning on doing our 4-hour live show 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow. So how do you guys feel about that in the Farmfolio chat room? Let us know. Oh, and Forrester giving a thumbs up. Here is the schedule for the week.
Oh, wow.
Right here. Forrester has thrown this together for us quickly. 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. live tomorrow, normal times on Wednesday and Thursday, and then live again Friday, 7 to 11 a.m. So some of you have always said, man, we miss you at 7 a.m. We miss you at 7 a.m. on my drive into work. Well, tomorrow and Friday morning, you can actually, 7 to 9, catch us live. So we'll be live 7 to 11 tomorrow and Friday, and then Wednesday and Thursday, our normal times 9 to 1. And then the bonus live shows, which will be not on the audio app, just on our video platforms, will be happening Tuesday after the Auburn game, 5 to 7 on Wednesday and Thursday, and then Friday at the conclusion of the Alabama game. So you can hop on our video platforms and get instant reaction there for Auburn and Alabama fans. So all that is right there, live from Dallas, starting tomorrow. So I think, Brown, the next question becomes, do you think we're in Dallas by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning with the way flights are being canceled in America?
The flight we canceled yesterday did make it. I did check on that.
It did make
it?
Okay.
I guess that's a good sign.
Okay, we canceled that one yesterday for health reasons, but it was one of a few planes in America that went out on time and made it to its destination. Over 1,000 cancellations just yesterday. Fingers crossed that our 545 gets to Dallas safely and on time, and our plan is to be live from Dallas tomorrow, 7 a.m. here on the next round.
It's funny. I'm more concerned with how much of the Dolphins game I'll get to see. You're worried about 7 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm worried about us getting there first, and then after that, the rest of it's gravy.
Watch the Dolphins win, right?
Yeah. Tom Beckby. I'll be cheering for your Dolphins tonight, unless you want me to cheer for the Saints. Whatever you need me to do.
I want you to bet Lance with it. I don't know. Let's see how the rest of this Nevada game goes.
It's not going well. Western Michigan has scored again. If you'll notice, my mood on the show rides a roller coaster every time Western Michigan scores another touchdown.
Your guys in Nevada don't play a whole lot of defense. That appears to be their problem.
Around their entire team's out.
Yeah.
Well, that hurts.
They've had a lot of opt-outs, and then a lot of COVID-19.
Right.
People are saying, why do you cancel games? Why don't you just play with a bunch of walk-ons or people that hadn't had a lot of playing time? Well, Nevada's doing that today.
Yep, this is what you get, right?
Yeah, I think
and they're
really
down 2 touchdowns.
I think it is your call on a lot of these.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas A&M probably could have played.
Yeah, I respect Nevada for playing.
They had 38 scholarship players, and a handful of walk-ons. Why not go try it?
Yeah.
Go play.
Let guys get some time. Tom Beckby, first jacket design in 2015. Tom Beckby couldn't find the clothing that looked great in the field, also great in the city. So the Tom Beckby people, they designed this outdoor equipment that's got time-tested, rugged materials. It's beautiful, great and functional in the field, beautiful in the city. You can see it for yourself in the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Smuff says Brown's going to say one word in Dallas. They're not going to let you on any bus.
I mean, I did.
That's true.
I did. I feel fine for the record.
Yeah. Don't talk in our check-in line tonight on the airport.
That's why I did say to you guys when I was walking to the restroom earlier, how would you like to sit next to me on a plane?
Yeah. Brown, you sound like I feel.
I know. It's weird, isn't it?
We're flying Southwest. Did you get your boarding pass?
Here's the delays, by the way, today.
Yeah, I got it.
You're an A group?
I was A2 for the flight we canceled.
Wow. I was A7 for the flight we canceled.
Yeah, it's about as good as I've ever been on Southwest A2.
I'm B45.
B35. I was guaranteed that front row window seat in A2. I was excited.
Yep. And you canceled.
Well,
I was A7. I was going to get a good seat, too.
What time's flight?
So 5:45.
5:45.
You feel good about leaving on time?
We were
do
just
this.
discussing that.
Don't do this.
I'm not feeling good. I'm worried about us being midair in the morning and you having to do the show live by yourself.
But will you be A tomorrow on your flight?
That's true. We could be A2 then.
We could be 8-2 tomorrow again. I only bring up the boarding, Brown, is because I will not be asking you to save me a seat. I do not want to sit next to you, even though we'll be breathing the same air.
Jim, I've got you right here.
He'll take a Diet Pepsi, please, and some peanuts.
Yes.
He doesn't talk a lot on flights. Trash when we come back. LT's got that dialed up for us and ready to go next. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
How would you like to be responsible for ruining Christmas for millions of little boys and girls? If your roof isn't in good enough shape for Santa and his reindeer to land, you could mess up the entire schedule. For the sake of children all over the world, it's time to call Cardinal Roofing to have your roof inspected. Cardinal Roofing has more than 500 5-star reviews and can do most jobs in one day. And they can also finance your new roof. 205-900-ROOF, 205-900-7663. Mention you heard this on the next round and receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour. Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Back with you on the next round, 24-10 right now. Western Michigan leading Nevada. And, of course, Western Michigan has the football again, taking me to the house, the Cleaners, in another state bet. Should have gone first half. Wonder what the odds would have been first half. What would the point spread have been?
You have a better chance for the game, Dunaway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the point spread was 20.
It would have been 4.
Would have been 4. Ooh. Just a bad bet by me there. Never a bad bet. Our friends at Odie's start with just great lunch. Our friends at Odie's with that Diablo sandwich, world famous.
Rodney Davis cooking up for almost 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, salads. You mentioned the Diablo sandwich. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Tavern, located in Crestline Village. For lunch or dinner, stop in, go see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, every Wednesday night outside of this Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia.
All right, AP poll, basketball, Baylor, Duke, Purdue, Gonzaga, UCLA, and then Auburn is at 11. Auburn in at 11. Tennessee is in at 14. LSU is 16. Kentucky is 18. Alabama 19. So according to the AP basketball poll, Auburn, the highest-rated SEC team, then Tennessee, LSU, Kentucky, and Alabama. According to KenPom, well-respected by the coaches, it's Tennessee, LSU, Kentucky, Auburn, Alabama, in that order, 9 through 18. But the SEC with 5 teams in the KenPom in the top 18 and 5 teams in the AP poll, all in the top 19. Good year for the SEC. The SEC basketball schedule starts Wednesday night, 11-1 Auburn hosting 12-0 LSU, and then Alabama hosting Tennessee. Battles of, 2 top 25 matchups to start off SEC play coming up on Wednesday. Already on the show today, Tom Luginbill, who joined us earlier to talk a little college football, talked a lot about Alabama, Cincinnati, and you can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. But right now it is time for Trash. Away from the sports headlines, Lunsford, hit it, man.
According to NFL rules, the club should not have been able to release his client because he was injured. The agent claims that if he requested the team, Hurst has been playing with a bulging disc in his neck since the start of the season.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
That's not anatomically correct. In the neck.
Hey, the holidays are here. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a great solution. Mortgage Right can help you turn that equity into cash in your pocket with a cash out refinance. Reach out today for a free home health check. All you got to do is go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first in Las Vegas. Man was fleeing in a stolen truck. Cops pulled him over. Officers found coolers full of body parts, including a severed head inside.
Yikes.
Wow.
Eric Holland, 57, arrested Thursday after leading police on a chase when they tried to pull him over on unrelated charges, according to the police report. Holland allegedly switched trucks, then was eventually tracked to a nearby apartment complex.
That's the worst Yeti commercial of all time.
Now, as officers approached, Holland began throwing things, but was taken into custody, according to police. When officers searched one of the stolen trucks, they found the coolers and the human remains, including the head, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. It is unclear if the remains belong to one or more victims.
Do you think this is business related, or is he?
I've seen a picture of the guy. I don't think so.
Serial killer?
I think he looks more serial killer.
Okay. What was the name of that Vegas movie? Was it
fits the profile too?
7 heads in a duffel bag?
I don't know if it was a Vegas movie. You talking about Joe Pesci? I never saw it. I think it was 7 heads in a duffel bag. Might have been 8 heads.
I thought they were going to Vegas. Maybe I was wrong.
I saw 7. 7's really good.
It is. That's not in Vegas, though.
No. It doesn't tell you what city it's in.
You assume it's New York, though, don't you?
Yeah, New York. Something big, rainy.
Yeah. Maybe Philly.
Though they're kind of out in the wilderness there at the very end.
What's in the box?
Well, it's more of a desert.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, when you think about it like that.
Maybe it's L.A.
Yeah, it wasn't L.A. It
could have been a weird rain in L.A., though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm going to say Philly.
I don't think there's a lot of desert
deserts up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're the kind of person to have open cans of soda or cups of coffee in your cup holders, you're probably going to want to avoid the BMW X7 for a while, since one class action lawsuit is alleging that if the X7's cup holders get wet, they can set off the airbags.
Oh, my.
Are you kidding me?
Pretty significant design flaw
I would
for
say,
the part
yeah.
of the car that is designed to actually take care of you. Now, or actually for the cup holder, too, that should be designed to get a little wet, too, right?
Well, I mean, you would think that that's going to happen, yeah.
Now, the lawsuit was filed last Thursday, and basically the complaint alleges that the cup holders were defective, not properly designed to hold cups filled with liquid, the very thing cup holders are intended to do, by the way. That includes condensation, so even when the well-sealed bottle of ice-cold water can cause problems if it has a damp exterior. So just sweating it out actually was causing some of these airbags to come out and deploy.
Wow.
This seems like a terrible job, but the Wall Street Journal has delivered one of the most delightful slice of news. You'll see this week. Cinco Jotas is a 142-year-old company in Spain. It's got a team of expert ham sniffers.
Ham? H-A-M?
H-A-M, ham sniffers. And according to this, they're exhausted.
That's a good ham.
Now, the company specializes in traditional production methods of acorn-fed Iberian ham. The part of its quality-controlled methods is having trained workers smell the product before it can be sold. Now, the process is simple on its face. Poke the meat, take a sniff, determine if the meat is up to muster by seeking out specific scents that will indicate whether the ham meets the quality expectations of Cinco Jotas.
And they're exhausted. I can't smell one more ham.
I would just have to think at some point they all smell alike. You know, at first you could tell a difference, but then at some point it's just another ham.
Now,
right?
obviously, it's much more precise ordeal, especially because the whole evaluation is happening at warp speed. One sniffer, who's called a calador in Spanish, works year-round by himself, smelling around 200 hams a day. During the holiday season, however, he's sniffing 800 hams per day.
It's like the old gynecologist joke. He gets home, the last thing he wants is ham.
Changed the punchline a little bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
Or did he? That's true. I can't remember where my wife and I were, but there was a fire burning, and I went, there's nothing that smells better than burning hickory. And she goes, you can smell that and tell if it's hickory? I'm like, oh, absolutely. If you grill long enough or smoke long enough, you could tell the difference, like between hickory or oak or whatever.
This is one of the dumbest stories we've ever had. Japanese professor has developed a prototype lickable TV screen that can imitate food flavors. This is another step towards creating a multi-sensory viewing experience. So the way this works, the device is called Taste the TV. It uses a carousel of 10 flavor canisters that spray in combination to create the taste of a particular food. The flavor sample then rolls on a hygienic film over a flat TV screen for the viewer to try. Now, in the COVID-19 era, this kind of technology can enhance the way people connect and interact with the outside world. They will go on to say the goal is to make it possible for people to have the experience of something like eating at a restaurant on the other side of the world, even while staying at home. Are you going to lick your TV screen?
I am not.
I am not. And if I do, only once. I would never do it over and over.
And you're not going to
again.
let anybody else lick your TV, right?
Not intentionally, no, ever.
Is that going to be like the next step in dating? You can actually lick my TV?
Yeah. Hey,
taste it. Go ahead.
You go over and lick TV number 3 right now. It's going to taste like a steak win for you. Another touchdown from Western Michigan.
Or did he fumble?
No, they've already reviewed it. He'd broken the plane. I mean, 31-10 at the half. You're killing me in the state.
Yeah. We've got a woman who's been branded insane after she admitted that she makes her boyfriend FaceTime her during his entire 12-hour work shift at an Amazon warehouse. Oof. The reason? Because she doesn't trust the other females. Now, the woman who is named Nella is from Fresno, explaining a recent TikTok video that she made with her boyfriend, or makes her boyfriend, Jose, stay on the phone with her the entire time he's at work, and many of her followers found it a little unsettling. Would you guys agree?
I would.
I would say, yeah.
You know what I call her? Nutella.
Oh.
She's a nut, and her name is Ella.
Her admission has sparked a firestorm of responses, with many people calling Nella, quote, extensive and not normal. One even said she needed to get help, and that Jose should be freed from his relationship. I would agree with that.
I bet he doesn't look as good as
he's
Nella thinks.
Definitely got stones in the purse. If he's on, how do you even keep a job if you're on FaceTime for 12 hours?
You just set it up in the corner. You do your thing, and she just is watching like people who watch dealers in Vegas.
Well, he's got to be. I mean, she's got to be quite a get for him, or he wouldn't do this.
Now, according to Nella, she does have faith in her boyfriend. However, she doesn't trust the women he works with. Quote, my boyfriend needs to FaceTime me his whole 12-hour shift. She posted this on TikTok, which showed them on FaceTime while he packed Amazon boxes and she washed dishes. Quote, not because I don't trust him, but because I don't trust females. Might quit my job and go to work with him, she went on to say.
I mean, that does make sense. I mean, there are a lot of women who are aggressive out there at the workplace these days.
Would you believe we had a coworker that had that happen?
Which one? No, not which coworker.
I'm not going to say the name.
Not which coworker. You talking about FaceTime somebody?
Mm-hmm.
For the entire
girlfriend
workday?
sent on FaceTime the entire workday.
Oh, wow.
It's not going to surprise me if it's one guy. Does he play poker with us?
Interesting.
That led to a marriage, right?
Not with this person.
Oh, so it's a
Curveball.
different person. Oh, okay.
Okay, I got some great quotes from famous people. First one. People say, but Betty, Facebook is a great way to connect with old friends. Well, at my age, if I want to connect with my old friends, I need a Ouija board. Betty White.
Wow. Betty White.
This one from Stephen Hawking. The downside of my celebrity is I cannot go anywhere in the world without being recognized. It is not enough for me to wear dark sunglasses and a wig. The wheelchair gives me away.
I mean, that is true.
This one's pretty good from Dolly Parton. I'm not offended by blonde jokes because I know I'm not dumb. And I also know I'm not blonde.
I didn't know Lucille Ball wasn't a redhead. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
She dyed her hair red.
Yep.
Looks better in television.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Jim Carrey. Behind every great man is a woman rolling her eyes. And finally, this one from the great Winnie the Pooh. People say nothing is impossible, but I do nothing every day.
Completely possible.
Possible indeed. That is Trash, brought to you today by
our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account's at a standstill, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash out refinancing, pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever needs funding. Your future is there with our friends at Mortgage Right. Go online today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
LT's got a 3 and out still to go. We'll do a little fact or fiction in the final hour of the show and talk more about the NFL playoff rush and the semifinal games on the road to Dallas with the next round as we roll on today. Part of the show being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Chicken. They bring you this hour of the show every day. And if you're looking for wonderful chicken items, those chicken plates and the southern sides that make you feel so good, Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster is your place to go. Great tamales with that Mississippi Delta recipe, chicken on a stick, and everything you want moving into a new year. It is Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. Check it out. And again, can't beat Sterling and his crew there. They'll take care of you today for lunch or tonight for dinner, anytime at Champy's World Famous Chicken.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now. And right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
We'll head back to Dallas and hear from Luke Fickell here after LT tells us about the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Again, it was almost 20 years ago when I got screened out. I was a potential candidate. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call today, 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you. Ask for Amy. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You can always go online to learn more. Go to MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Man, I love Luke Fickell's attitude, bringing Cincinnati into the college football playoffs. Uphill battle, playing the defending national champs. Always a perennial playoff power, Alabama. Luke Fickell says it is what it is.
It doesn't matter. I mean, we know, we have a good idea. I mean, if you're going to, if you want to have a shot at the title, you got to beat the champs. And, this is what we have. We have a shot to beat the champs. And regardless of, what the line is of any sorts, we've said it all year long that, the best team doesn't always win the game. It's just a reality. The teams that play the best win the football game. And they're competitors. And when the ball goes down, it's all they care about is competing. And, if that means they're going to try to prove somebody wrong, they're going to try to prove somebody wrong. But reality is we just want to prove ourselves right.
Yeah, I like that attitude. It's the only attitude you can have going into this. That's Luke Fickell yesterday, Cincinnati practicing as we speak out in Dallas. And that's our Michelson Sounds of the Game from out in Big D. Let's do a little 3 and out right here. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. LT has them dialed up for us today. Vulcan Tire can get your car or truck dialed in.
Yeah, if you want to get that car winterized, make sure you take it to see our friends locally owned and operated. They can do the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right.
First down.
Speaking of Luke Fickell, more total touchdowns Friday. Jerome Ford, Cincinnati running back, or Brock Bowers, Georgia tight end?
Oh, good question. I think I'll go Brock Bowers.
First, I thought we only do good questions when I write them and give them to Lunsford to read.
That was a good question.
I thought it was a running joke.
It was a good question.
I think it's a great question as well. I'm going to go Brock Bowers 2-1 over Ford. I think they both score. Ford's a great running back, no doubt, right?
I think Michigan's going to be shy. Look, there's really good tight ends have come from the Big Ten. Obviously, Iowa's that one go-to program. But I think they're going to be shocked at the speed of Brock Bowers.
Again, I gave this stat going into the SEC championship game. You know how many rushing touchdowns Alabama's given up since the A&M loss?
Not a lot.
One. It didn't.
One.
By the way, it did not change in the Georgia game. Still one.
And Jerome Ford's got a school record 19. Good running back.
Yeah, he is.
I'm going to go Brock Bowers.
Left Alabama. I mean, how much would Alabama love to have Jerome Ford right now?
He'd be playing.
But he's gotten a lot of playing time. I'm still going to go Brock Bowers. You're going who?
I'm going to go Bowers.
Bowers as well. Okay.
Second down.
I mean, he's their best threat, right? He's their best receiving threat. Yeah.
Bigger number Friday. Michigan rushing yards or Desmond Ridder passing yards?
Brown, I'm going to go Desmond Ridder passing yards in this one. I think Alabama's secondary is occasionally leaves guys uncovered. I don't think it'll change in this game. It'll happen every now and then. So I'm gonna go Desmond Ridder passing yards. Now Michigan, they set out to run it, and that's what they do. But I think to beat Georgia, they're going to have to throw it more.
Well, and I think Cincinnati's going to be playing from behind, so they're going to be throwing more.
Great point.
So I think I'll go Desmond Ridder passing yards.
Yeah, I would go Ridder, too. You know, I think Ridder's feet, and Luginbill kind of brought this up, that's going to be really important. But I think his feet can keep this defense honest. And watching Cincinnati a lot this year, Alec Pierce, a guy I brought up on the show a couple of weeks ago, you know, he's 6'3", he's a senior, he's got a ton of experience, but he's a former volleyball player. And he can jump out of the gym. And he will play in the NFL. But that's one of those guys that if you're Ridder, you can take some shots up top, put a little air under it, let him go out, point the ball. He's a guy that will have some big receptions for Cincinnati.
And keep in mind that if Michigan rushes for 225 yards against Georgia, that's a good rushing day, right? And maybe means Michigan wins the game. If Desmond Ridder passes for 250 yards against Alabama, they can absorb that easy. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
yeah.
250?
250.
Oh, yeah, Alabama wins that game.
So that would be more passing yards, so that could win what we're talking about here.
Third down.
A bigger number Friday. Bryce Young total touchdowns or the combination of Georgia-Michigan touchdowns?
Well, I think you're hinting that Georgia and Michigan would play a low-scoring game.
I think people think that. I don't necessarily. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I tend to think Michigan will try to run the ball. Brown, they try to run the ball on everybody, right? They like to do that.
I mean, you think there's a chance? Are you baiting us with this question, or you think there's a chance Bryce Young could have more total touchdowns than the entire Orange Bowl game?
Well, I mean, if Bryce Young, after the game, had 4 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown, is that going to shock you at all?
That's not going to blow me away. No, it's 5, though. I mean,
but is it going to shock you if Georgia wins this game 31-10? That'd be a push, but
I see your point.
I'll go Orange Bowl. I'll take Orange Bowl touchdown.
I would too.
I'll take Orange Bowl as well.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
So Nick Chubb is 27 today. If I asked you, ultimately the better career, Nick Chubb or Dalvin Cook? Glad he did not play for the Vikings yesterday, by the way.
Hey, by the way, can somebody explain to me how Cleveland gets the ball back? They have basically run at will on Green Bay.
And then they leave it in Baker Mayfield's hands?
And they just start throwing the ball.
That's on Stefanski.
I mean, that was just horribly coached at the end.
Well, Baker Mayfield is awful.
Oh, he is.
I mean, he is awful.
Well, they pointed it out in pregame and halftime. Howie Long did, and Terry Bradshaw agreed with him, that going into the game, their best chance of winning, the best player on Cleveland's team is Nick Chubb.
Yeah, and they ran the ball almost at will in that game.
And then at halftime, you know, Menifee asked, can they run the ball and win this game? And Terry said, probably not now, because they didn't start off running the ball.
Right.
They got behind the 8 ball because of interceptions. And Baker was horrible. And, you know, you can excuse it away that he didn't practice because of this or that.
Yeah, and he was playing hurt.
But he was horrible.
He was
horrible. And their success in the game was behind Nick Chubb. And I don't like the way they coached that game from the get-go.
Well, I don't understand how you get the ball back where they did. I only need a field goal to tie it. I got plenty of time. And I don't – in timeouts. I had timeouts in my pocket, and I don't run the football.
Yeah, field goal actually won it.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. They were up 2.
But Aaron Rodgers is amazing.
He's the best in the game.
He's too good. You know, I was thinking about this yesterday. So watching Matt Stafford, as good as he was Tuesday night against Seattle, he was that bad against Minnesota. They still were able to go on the road and win that game. Defense, special teams really helped out. But if Aaron Rodgers, there was for a minute, you guys remember they said that he was going to get traded to L.A. and play with Sean McVay. The receivers run so open. Stafford missed so many open throws to Odell yesterday. And Aaron Rodgers, that would literally be a 16-1 team.
Well, Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
16-1. Who have they lost to?
They probably would have found a loss.
Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams have such a they've just got such a chemistry. They always know what each other's thinking. It's so unfair, really.
Down by the goal line when they blitzed.
And he threw that little back shoulder?
I'm talking about the one where the guy was in the slot. It may not have been to Devontae, but he was in the slot, and they zero blitzed him. And the release is before he even, right when he cuts out, he's wide open. There's no way the defender, Aaron's going to hit him whether he cuts right or left, and it just – his release is so quick. He reads the defenses so well. He may be the best to ever have done it.
I think his toe could ultimately be a problem, though.
He got it stepped on.
Yeah.
And he went to the locker room a little bit early at the half and was limping around pretty bad.
Would you, if you're playing in the playoffs or the Super Bowl, all's fair in love and war, would you step on his toe? Early in a game, would you step on his toe?
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Look, trust, as a Rams fan, I don't mind seeing him,
Let me ask you this. Watt is playing for the Steelers with broken ribs. Do you think they're trying to chip him and hit his ribs?
I bet they are.
Yeah, 100% they are.
You think about a boxing match.
Yeah.
Somebody gets a cut, you're going for that cut nonstop.
That's right.
Try to take it open and get a TKO.
Chipping a guy and hitting his ribs is a normal part of the game. Stepping on a guy's toe really is not. But like you said, all's fair in love and war. In football, apparently.
Yeah, but if I'm chasing him down and can actually get my hands on him at one point,
that's tough to get a hold of that toe. He's so quick.
Yep.
And to be able to step on his toe, I think it would look a little premeditated, probably.
Yeah,
might be a bad look.
You need Rockstar's Old Maid. Get your toes. I suck at your toes. That is 3 and Out today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, locally owned and operated. Make sure you take your car by to get winterized. They can do it for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, over in the Farmfolio chat room, Terry says, boy, Landmine knows how to pick him, doesn't he, with this Nevada pick? What is it, 31-10 at the half?
Yep.
Still got time, though.
I'm getting 6.5, though, man. I only need to backdoor cover this thing at some point.
You're going to have to find some defense somewhere.
Jay says, Michigan doesn't like to run, Brown. It's the only thing they can do.
Cade McNamara is not a quarterback that's going to beat you through the air.
No.
Yeah.
So they average 42 attempts a game.
Let me tell you what else they do, though. They play defense.
Yep.
They do. They get after the quarterback, too.
If they're going to win this game, it will be because of the defense, because of the pressure on Stetson Bennett, and Bennett making mistakes.
Yeah, you want if you're a Michigan fan, you want Bennett to be pressured and have the kind of day that Baker Mayfield had yesterday. That's all from our Farmfolio chat room. We go to the top of the hour here. It's brought to you by our friends at Farmfolio.
If you're worried about inflation or market volatility, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order Butterburger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The Auburn Tigers and the number 20 ranked Houston Cougars will meet in the 15th Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl on December 28th in Birmingham's brand new Protective Stadium. Tickets are on sale now, starting at just $30. This holiday season, give them the gift of good cheer. Buy tickets online now at TicketsmarterBirminghamBowl.com. Don't miss your chance to pack the brand new Protective Stadium when the Auburn Tigers take on the Houston Cougars in the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl, December 28th at Protective Stadium.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show here today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Lunsford and Forrester behind the big glass. Rockstar returns in the new year. He gets the week of vacation this week post-Christmas. Glad to have you guys with us. Final hour of the show. We start the show tomorrow live at 7 a.m. Join us early, 7 to 11 tomorrow. And then we'll all sit back and watch Auburn play in the Birmingham Bowl. Justin Hokanson with us earlier. We start this hour off brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens. Ship Happens, getting us anywhere we need to go in any of your big shipments, anywhere they need to go.
Yeah, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers, safe, on-time, and affordable shipments. They are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience and relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Call today, 205-605-8101.
Sorry, Lance, if I pass that on.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, helped me, as you could tell, I am much better. I actually took a little sip of bourbon from the bar back there.
It was the original medicine.
It was. It was the whole reason it was created, right?
I'm not sure about that.
I don't either.
Yeah. Jim or not? Are we going to play Jim or not? It's just it was just what the doctors prescribed on the road to the West, right?
I saw on Aerial America, they were doing the Kentucky Aerial America, and it was Bourbon Trail. And I think it was Elijah Craig was the only one that stayed through Prohibition because they labeled it medicinal.
Yeah, Dr. Elijah Craig.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Take this. It cures all else.
I still want to do that bourbon tour. You know, we did the original roundtable years ago from Claremont, Kentucky with Jim Beam. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, well, let's do it. We can head up that way. That great, beautiful part of the country. I love down in Danville, where Center College is, and on the way back from Danville to Lexington, you pass a couple there, Versailles, or Versailles, as they say it up there. I think that's where Woodford Reserve is. That's outside of Lexington. There's a lot more over near Louisville, Bardstown, E-Town, B-Town.
I'll tell you what, B-Town.
It's a bourbon hotbed.
I have learned more about America from Aerial America than any class I ever took in college or high school. That is such a good educational show.
The Smithsonian's a really good station.
It is.
Channel,
I tell you what, I flip over to Smithsonian a lot. They do those air disasters way too much. They like that show. It's all about plane crashes.
Not a big fan of that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's that's Smithsonian's version of Shark Week.
It must be. I mean, they show it all the time.
How many times is the balloon, the one that caught fire? What was that?
Oh, the Hindenburg?
The Hindenburg.
This is more about airplanes, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like watching those.
No.
What time's our flight?
I know. You don't want to watch before that.
If LT was flying with us at 5:45, would we already be on the?
Like, let's not talk about this.
Would we already be on the protocol of getting him ready to board?
Yeah, I wouldn't have to tell him to hit that bourbon back there.
Would you already have a sip of bourbon?
If I was flying at 5:45, if I wasn't in this shape, yeah, I would have already started drinking, 100%.
Just to get on a plane. I mean, and we joke about it, but LT, honest to goodness, has a major fear of flying.
Yeah, major anxiety. It's really weird. I don't know what it is. Again, it's illogical thoughts for logical people, but it's one of my hang-ups.
It's that moment of being in the air.
But I know I got to fly. You know, I mean, we were talking about Europe last night. I really want to go to Europe. I've never been, and so ultimately, I'm going to have to take some kind of ridiculous long flight over the Atlantic.
Yeah, I can't really drive there.
Yeah, it's just 7 hours, 8 hours.
It took me 7 hours to get from Chicago to London.
Yeah, so that's easy.
Yeah, most people say it's 7 or 8 from Atlanta.
Well, at least you got a fighting chance if you go down that you land in the ocean.
I don't think so.
What's your
Dunaway.
fighting chance?
Speaking of your flight disasters, I was watching the one on Sullenberg.
Yeah.
And they said it was like a 1 in 1,000 chance when he landed in the
Hudson?
The Hudson, yeah, that it didn't the entire plane just splintered to pieces.
Yeah. He had no choice.
And that was just takeoff, though. So I think flying 30,000 feet over the Atlantic, trying to land that, and even if you do.
Yeah, the sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the crash doesn't get you, the sharks will.
You got a fighting chance against those sharks.
Yeah.
It's a great conversation to have before we fly to Dallas.
Yeah, we won't cross water. Of course, last time we flew to Dallas with Lance, we crossed water.
Of course, you got to make sure y'all take off first.
Well, it's takeoff and landings where most of the crashes
I'm just talking about the takeoff because of all the shutdowns.
Yeah. LT's not very encouraging about our trip to Dallas.
No, I told you if I was flying with you, I would not be encouraged because I get delayed every time I fly now.
Dallas is where the college football playoffs are happening. Can you give me cut one? People asking about the assistants and how it will impact it. Two big assistants are part of the conversation, and so we'll do that here as you listen to Nick Saban talk about Bill O'Brien and Doug Marrone. O'Brien more because he actually calls the plays. And the fact that Alabama has no players in protocol, Nick Saban believes that they can manage the week and get their assistant coaches back in time for game time, 2:30 on Friday.
We're using the same protocols that we used in the past, for COVID situations, and they will do all their work and coaching virtually with players, very similar to the way I did it when I tested positive before the Auburn game a year ago. They will join us, I think, the evening of the 29th or 30th or whenever their time is up before the game. So they'll be here for the game. I think they're both doing well. No one is, really that bad sick that they can't function and do things that they need to do with our players. In the meantime, Joe Pendry will be on the field to work with the offensive line, who has been here for a long time and was a former offensive line coach for us. And the two coaches that are gone will Zoom practice and Zoom the meetings and do all the things that they need to do.
Yeah, and as he was saying that, little on the screen right below him on TV4, Doug Marrone was popping up coaching the O-lineman during the game, but they expect to have them both back. And so that means Bill O'Brien will be calling plays. They don't have to adjust any of that going into the game. And for comfort level for Bryce Young and for that offense, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, very high. And this is something, like he said, they dealt with last year.
Yeah.
And I know Cincinnati probably did too at some point. I haven't followed them as closely, but I'm sure they had it out. Yeah.
Yeah. The other game is Dan Lanning, who is the head coach at Oregon and the defensive coordinator at Georgia. Now, Lanning easily replaced by Will Muschamp and another assistant there on the coaching staff. But news comes out today that Dan Lanning will call defensive plays for Georgia. So they are letting they're letting Lanning be all in and call the defensive plays for Georgia against Michigan. Now, they tried that in Tuscaloosa with Lane Kiffin and the offensive plays against Washington, and Nick Saban wasn't really excited about that. So we'll see how Lanning handles it and see if Kirby Smart makes a coordinator change or someone calling plays between semifinals and championship game.
Well, look, I fully expect Georgia to win this game Friday. I don't know where you guys sit on it, so I think this is going to be something going on for the next, 17 days?
Yeah.
That Dan Lanning's just going to be exhausted, but I'm sure that he's got a lot of, there's a comfort between Kirby and Dan, and I'm sure they sat down and they talked this thing out. And he said, look, understand if you want to go be all Oregon, but I want to give you the opportunity to continue to coach here. And again, it's good for – I remember when Kirby was still coaching at Alabama, it was good for that Georgia brand to continue to hear it over and over again.
It was.
It's good for the Oregon brand.
And again, Kirby has done this himself, so he's seen how to manage it. So I don't think this is that big an issue.
And he's a defensive coach, so he knows where the ball's getting dropped, if it's getting dropped at all. And easy for him and Will Muschamp to pump it up. So that's from the Georgia perspective. That's the primetime game, Georgia and Michigan, coming up on Friday as well. All right, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks there at the Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka and Vulcan Gin. Eleanor and the folks over there proud to announce they are the official vodka of the 2022 World Games, which is now less than a year away here in Birmingham. So you can get your tickets for that and also enjoy Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, if you're looking for something to take to your big holiday party, New Year's Eve party, make sure you pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka provides a smooth finish that doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this holiday season of Redmont Vodka.
All right. Interesting, Lane Kiffin's looking for an offensive coordinator to replace Jeff Lebby, who went off to Oklahoma. It's a great list, by the way. If you just go history of offensive coordinators around Lane Kiffin in his short time at FAU, you have Charlie Weiss Jr. and Kendall Briles. If you're Kendall Briles, do you hold your own and be the guy at Arkansas, or do you reunite with Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, and what are the pros and cons of changing jobs or staying?
That's a good question. I mean, I think if I'm Kendall Briles, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I guess some of it would depend on, I mean, obviously you've coached for both guys. Which one do I like more? I don't know that Kendall Briles has more upward mobility in one place than the other, maybe a little bit more at Ole Miss just because of the way Kiffin is viewed.
Yeah, but I think if I'm Kendall Briles, I'm holding pat based on this. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but Sam Pittman's a guy that's not going to leave. If Lane Kiffin leaves, he might take you with him. He might not, though. So
to me, Lane Kiffin did a good job of selling that Jeff Lebby's calling the plays. But most of the time, it's Lane Kiffin's offense, Lane Kiffin's offense, Lane Kiffin's offense.
Which is why I think Lebby left. Well, that's one of the reasons.
Yeah. But also he's going to coach for a defensive-minded guy.
That's right, where he'll get all the credit.
Pittman's an offensive line guy. Nobody's mistaking that this is Sam Pittman's offense in Arkansas. And Kendall Briles, when it works, gets a lot of the success. I mean, Kendall Briles' stock was up really high after they handed it to Texas and Texas A&M.
It was, and Lance, I thought it dipped a little bit during the season. I thought it rebounded against Alabama. I thought they were really good against Alabama.
You know, watching watching them against Auburn, though, I thought Kendall Brosnan, I know I've brought this up multiple times, just his ability to flush a first down.
Yep.
And I don't get that. But, you look at Arkansas's offense overall, they were 42nd. They scored 32 points per game. I mean, it's pretty good for Arkansas.
Now, the other interesting name on Matt Hayes' list of possible offensive coordinator hires for Lane Kiffin to replace Levy, he puts number 1 here. I don't know if he knows anything, but Joe Brady, the fired OC from the Carolina Panthers.
The only thing I would say with that, Dunaway, I thought Joe Brady did a fantastic job of calling plays, but we talk about that generational offense they had. And then we go back yesterday, and when you watch Burrow play, he goes 525. I mean, Burrow, he's a special player. I never thought I would say that. 2019, and we talked about Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and then these great receivers and a great play caller in Joe Brady. But when you watch Joe Burrow play, he is just so calm. He's so precise. He's got great athleticism. He's the whole package.
He really is. I thought it was more Brady than Burrow.
I did too.
And now, I mean, you watched Burrow yesterday throw for 500 yards. And I watched Daniel Jeremiah. I read about him. He said, I broke down the film. It was an absolute clinic. Every throw you wanted the guy to make, he made. So, I don't know, man. Brady's damaged goods right now, I think, a little bit.
If the playoffs started today, Cincinnati's hosting New England, week 1.
I'd like Cincinnati there, wouldn't you?
Well, I
mean,
think
their
like
quarterbacks are trending in a different direction, yeah.
I would like, actually, New England. I mean, you've seen Belichick, his ability with these to go against rookie quarterbacks. Or he's not a rookie quarterback, but still, Burrow, what did he play, 5 or 6 games last year? Yeah. I think it's his first time to see New England.
525 yards passing and an unbelievable day yesterday in beating Baltimore, who usually has a pretty good defense.
I loved Harbaugh getting pissed at the end, too. Did you see that?
I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Harbaugh said something to Zach Taylor. Now, he downplayed it in the postgame, but you could see in the midfield handshake.
Well, they were trying to get his record.
Yeah, they said something to Zach Taylor about him continuing to throw when the game was over. Now, don't forget, this is the same guy that put his running back in an obvious kneel-down situation to keep that 100-yard run game going. Streak. They had some streak of 100 rush yards.
It was the ridiculous preseason, remember?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So, I mean, for Harbaugh to get all pissy about that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll get to our fact or fiction a little bit later in the show, but I wanted to spend a little time here talking about the playoffs in tonight's game. Browns-Dolphins are 7-7.
You may want to do the lock, by the way.
Absolutely. And the Saints.
Oh, I know where he's going.
And the Saints are 7-7 as well, and they're down to former Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book off the practice squad for the Saints. Now, the Saints, I don't think, are a very good team, and I saw them not be very good beat my Bucks. Was it just a week ago, 9-0? Their defense is pretty good. So the lock of the day every day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis, great prognosticator himself, and also a great plumber, business owner, ironmountainworld.com. All your plumbing needs, all your construction needs. If you need help on your construction site, he's got a company for that too. You can find all the information right there online, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Lock of the day. It's basically a playoff game tonight for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, 2 7-7s, and the Dolphins opened as 3.5-point underdogs. It's flipped around to -3 now. Did you guys realize Ian Book is the 5th Saints starting quarterback this calendar year? If you go back to the playoffs last year,
that's generally not good there.
Yeah.
Wow,
because you had Drew Brees, Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill, Trevor Siemian, and now Ian Book. Ian Book, 30-5 as a starting quarterback for Notre Dame. I don't know what to expect out of him. I do expect the Saints defense to play extremely well. Browns-Dolphins have been hot. They've won 6 consecutive games, second longest streak in the NFL, behind only KC. But in that 6-game streak, they've only beaten one team with a winning record. That was Baltimore, and Baltimore, to me, is going in the wrong direction.
Saints don't have a winning record.
Saints don't have a winning record. They could have a winning record after tonight, but I like the Saints defense giving Tua a lot of trouble. I think Tua will turn it over multiple times tonight. I like the Saints winning this game outright.
All right, so the Saints winning it outright, and that's a playoff game tonight, Monday Night Football, Browns-Dolphins, and a lot of your Saints out there, a lot of Saints fans who watch and listen to us, and that's a loser out, winner in control of their own destiny almost, at least if you're the Dolphins tonight.
Yeah, so Dolphins control their own destiny. I don't know about the Saints, but I do know the Dolphins control
I think the Eagles control their own destiny.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the Bucks, the Chiefs, and the Bills all clinched playoff spots, I believe.
Rams and Cardinals.
Rams and Cardinals are in.
Cardinals did it the wrong way, losing and letting the Rams get them in by beating Minnesota.
And the Cowboys are in as well. I think there are 6 teams total that are clinched right now.
24 teams alive right now still.
Yeah. Boy, you absolutely want the Cardinals in the first round, though. Absolutely want them. I don't care who you are in the NFC.
So that all went down yesterday, and Dallas did it. They had clinched the East before they beat down the Redskins last night. Also happening yesterday, Anthony Schwartz, the Auburn star, scored his first NFL touchdown, but it wasn't enough as the Bears could not beat Green Bay. A lot of interceptions there. Kansas City's won 8 straight.
They're doing it with defense. Defense giving up over that 8-game streak less than 12 points per game, which is insane in today's NFL.
Yeah, but that was a must-win for the Steelers yesterday. For them to put up that kind of effort in a must-win.
And it's hard to believe that Ben Roethlisberger at 39, he's done. He's got 2 more games.
Yep. And he's not going to make the playoffs.
Browns and Ravens, and he won't make the playoffs this year.
That's going to be sad. It's a sad way for a great to end it, but that's the way he's going to end it.
Yeah, but remember, he started early on. His rookie year, right? They
went to the AFC Championship game.
And then his second year, they won it all, right?
Second or third year, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was really good from the get-go, and it is sad he's going to go out not even in the playoffs.
I figured out these Super Bowls are tough to win.
You think?
Yeah, we take Tom Brady out of the equation.
Yeah.
But you think about a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who you said earlier, Dunaway, and I can't necessarily disagree with it, that when it's all said and done, might be the best to ever play the position. He's only won 1.
Only won 1. That's exactly right. Yep. If I said Bears, I apologize. I meant Browns. Played Green Bay with a Schwartz touchdown. Sorry about that, Jay Price. I thought I said Browns, but I may have said Bears there. Getting used to these new headsets.
Bears played.
I can hear everything.
The Bears played Seattle. I didn't know where that game was.
I did the same thing.
The first thing I saw was snow on the field, and I thought, well, that's Chicago.
I did the same thing.
Doesn't it snow in Seattle?
I told LT in a commercial break, I said, first time I turned that on, I was like, why are the Bears wearing white at home?
I thought the same thing. I'm like, that's weird that they're wearing white colors at home, but hey, snow game.
But snow games, they draw me in.
Me too. I've never seen it snow in Seattle. I thought it was so weird.
I haven't either. Usually it's I always picture it raining before it snows, and we never get snow games there in Seattle. But it wasn't just a snow game; it was a flat-out blizzard.
Yeah.
By my terms,
that was a terrible loss for Pete Carroll.
It really was. But hey, I credit. I mean, Nagy had nothing to lose, but going for 2 in the win, man. I like the guys.
By the way,
there.
that was one of the best catches of the year.
It really was. With a game on the line like that.
Because, in old NFL, you could push the guy out, and you would.
They tried to do that, tried to pick him up and carry him out.
And you would still, in review, they could say the guy's feet were going to be down. But in new NFL, you can push the guy out, and he wouldn't allow it. It was amazing.
Nagy won't be back next year, right? No. Will Pete Carroll?
I don't know. Pete's 70, oldest coach in the NFL, and this seems like a rebuild. I don't know how you guys feel about it, especially if Russell Wilson's to take off. But Russell Wilson's not the same quarterback. I don't think I got to say this because I was not on the show last Wednesday, but watching him again Tuesday night against the Rams again yesterday, what made him so special was his ability to extend the plays and throw that deep ball. I think the finger is still an issue. He's not throwing the deep ball nearly as accurate as he did, and he just doesn't have that acceleration that he once had. So he's, to me, on the downside of his career.
All right, one of the guys who could be the unsung hero, the X factor for Alabama if they were to beat Cincinnati and then again beat Georgia for the national championship or Michigan for the national championship. A little discussion on the Bleacher Report on who that X factor could be for Alabama and a little bit more of our programming notes when we come back on the next round, which is being brought to you today by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, after they're done with high school, make it the University of Montevallo. Find out why you belong there by going to montevallo.edu. 21 NCAA Division II sports, including really good basketball going on right now. Lacrosse and soccer for men and women, track and softball, and the great baseball program that Bob Reasoner built back in the day, all happening at the University of Montevallo. Fully funded scholarship sports, great academics, small class sizes, so your son or daughter could excel as well. Find out more and schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, But that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's longest-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Find your next set of Michelin tires at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We appreciate Wimp, Tom Luginbill, and Justin Hokanson all being with us today, giving their thoughts on football. Don't forget, Auburn goes tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the Birmingham Bowl. Our friends at ATIX saying that game's approaching a sellout. So if you still want to go to the game and you don't have a ticket, your best bet's probably our friends at ATIX, right here locally. Trustworthy guys. You can check them out right there. LTD&B with you, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the Mail Room.
Hey, the Mail Room would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy new year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from the Mail Room. After the challenge of the last couple of years, they are fully staffed. They're ready to serve you. Call for your appointment or just drop by 205-995-4285. That's 205-995-4285. They're located at Inverness Corners at Valleydale, right there off of Highway 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
What has surprised you so far in this NFL season the most? If I said the biggest surprise this NFL season has been
Probably
what?
Cincinnati. I mean, if I'm just guessing, I mean, today if the playoffs started, we're talking about the 3 seed. And, you know, looking at the AFC North, you can make an argument with the NFC West. That was the most difficult division in football. I thought Baltimore was going to be light years better. I thought Pittsburgh in the swan song for Roethlisberger was going to be better. I thought Cleveland, based on the fact they finally won a postseason game last year, they were going to be better. Instead, it's all flipped, and your team that controls their own destiny to win that division and possibly get all the way to the 2 seed is Cincinnati.
Anything for you, Brown? I mean, was this supposed to be the year your Dolphins, or is this about where you thought the Dolphins would be right now?
I thought they'd be a little bit better than this. And I think of late they've played about like I thought they would play all year. I thought Miami was probably a 10 or 11 win team, and if they went out, they can get to 10. They've just done it in an unconventional way if they do that. I would had the Patriots won yesterday and been 10-5. I think that would have been my answer. The fact that Belichick can take Mac Jones and they almost don't miss a beat.
Well, that was the only thing that scared me. Not scared me because I don't really pull for the Patriots, but you know, I thought it was going to be scorch earth, Belichick coming back after missing the postseason last year and having this redemption tour, and I thought they were going to play extremely well this year, but I just didn't know what you were going to get from quarterback. And I didn't know if it was going to be Cam or Mac. We saw how that played out, and I am blown away that Josh McDaniels, the work he's been able to do with Mac Jones and some of these added weapons. I mean, Belichick's the best to ever do it. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, Saban. I mean, what's Saban doing it with this year? I know they're 4- and 5-star guys, but
and the Heisman Trophy winner.
Is it dumb for me to say I'm surprised at how good Green Bay is with all the turmoil we had in the offseason and how, I mean, we were debating at one point whether Aaron would even play if he'd retire.
Well, after week 1 against the Saints, where they could be by 35. Remember that, 35. Aaron Rodgers looked awful, and you didn't believe, or a lot of people didn't know if he had the commitment coming into this season, and it was kind of an F you to this organization, and he was going to play one more and be done. And, you know, since that moment, they've lost 2 games. You know, a one-possession game against Kansas City on the road where Jordan Love got the start, and then they lost a one-possession game against the Vikings on the road. I mean, to me, it's the best team in the NFL. I think their run defense is having some issues right now, but I don't know how many teams in the NFC that are going to be able to run it down their throat.
If I ask you, take off what appears to be the 1 seeds, Kansas City and the Packers, which team terrifies you the most?
As far as winning games?
Oh, as far as you don't want to see them in the playoff. Which team terrifies you the most?
In the AFC, Buffalo. They dipped in the middle of the season, but they're back playing better football now.
Well, to me, it's Buffalo's a good answer because I do believe Buffalo's a team that, you know.
Not the team I was thinking about.
They have an elite quarterback in Josh Allen and a guy that played for an AFC championship game last year, or played in the AFC championship. But it would be 2 teams in the AFC West. If they can overcome inconsistent quarterback play, if the Rams or the 49ers, if Garoppolo or Stafford, they don't turn the football over, either one of those teams can win the whole thing.
Yeah. To me, it's the Cowboys, which I think shows you how wide open this really is. I mean, you could see the Cowboys, or you could see the Rams, or you could see the 49ers, or you could see the Bucs beating the Packers at some point. And obviously the Chiefs look more vulnerable than they've looked in years past. So you could see the Bills, you know, beating the Chiefs. Maybe not as many teams in the AFC, but this thing seems to be more wide open than it usually is going into the postseason.
I don't disagree. Look, New England, they can get on a heater with that defense if Mac Jones doesn't make mistakes going back to the quarterback. Cincinnati, I don't think they've got enough juice to win 3 games. But, you know, they could win 2 with that offense and end up in a Super Bowl. Or I guess you would have to win 3 now because only one team gets a bye. So it becomes a little more difficult. But I think the NFC still, I think it goes back and forth with the power shift. And I think Indianapolis is another team to watch out for. But the NFC is so loaded right now.
I mean, I guess right now if the playoffs started, Tampa Bay would host the Arizona Cardinals.
They would.
Which would be about the best draw you could get, I think.
For Tampa?
For anybody right now. You wouldn't want to play the 49ers or the Rams, right?
Well, I mean,
I guess the Rams would get the bye.
Tennessee just
get
beat
the home game.
Tennessee just beat the 49ers the other night. I mean, it's not like they're unbeatable. I'd rather play the 49ers or the Cardinals than Tom Brady.
Yeah, if I was the Buccaneers, I'm happy playing the Cardinals.
Yeah, I would.
That's what I said earlier. Cardinals are the team you want.
I'd rather play the Cardinals than the 49ers.
I would agree.
Right now, it would be Green Bay bye, Dallas host the Eagles. That's who you want to play, by the way.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, first playoff action. Rams, 49ers, your Bucks with the Cardinals.
So the Rams would have a better record and get the worst. I mean, that's a horrible draw. Of those three teams, the 49ers would be your toughest opponent.
And I wonder if it comes down to this. The Rams don't want anything to do with the 49ers. The Rams have the 49ers in Week 18. They're not going to lay down because you want to host a game, but, boy, that's a bad matchup for them.
Yeah, it's always hard trying to tank for a certain matchup in the playoffs, but I could see it happening.
But as long as all this in the NFC goes through Green Bay, if his foot remains healthy, it's going to be hard for anybody to go through Green Bay and win this thing.
Lunsford is trying to jump out of his skin in here because
he's a Titans fan.
We have not said the Titans
one team you
time.
haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah.
Well, I don't fear them.
I mean, they're the number 2 seed, and if the Bengals are as good as you say and they beat the Chiefs, they'll be the number 1 seed as long as they don't lose to the Dolphins and the Texans.
So, I don't think they are either.
And the Titans are going to lose to the Dolphins.
That's the key. A.J. Brown was so good this past week, but Derrick Henry's got to be 100%.
You guys could have a little fight here. It could be Dolphins and Titans.
It's going to be huge. It's not as big a game for the Titans. It is for seeding for the Titans. The Dolphins is their chance to make the playoffs.
Oh, because if they lose the Dolphins, they could drop all the way down to
I know.
It could be
6.
Could be back-to-back weeks. You play each other.
Ooh, I didn't think. No, there would be a game in between.
Texans, they have the Texans.
Yeah, Miami still plays the Patriots.
Still one more that week 17. Week 18.
Yeah,
game 17. Yes, my bad. But that's if you're Dolphins sneaking at 7, they're the 2 seed. That's your matchup. Maybe you should save your money, not go to the Titans-Dolphins regular season game in Nashville.
I'm going to
save it for the playoff game.
I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice and say this is my chance to see the Dolphins play nearby. I go anytime they're in Nashville or Atlanta, so I'm going next Sunday. I'm not going to hold out for a playoff. I'm going to roll my
make
dice.
the playoffs because Tennessee's going to win.
Okay.
And then, it'll be over.
All right, we'll do a little fact or fiction. I'm losing a stake right now. That is a fact. Western Michigan leading Nevada 38-10, and not letting it off right now. I was hoping this 6'9" quarterback. What's too tall for a quarterback?
6'9".
6'9" is it?
They used to say 6'7" or above. I don't know if there's anything to that.
This kid that's filling in for Carson Strong for Nevada is 6'9".
What was Osweiler? 6'9"?
He's taller. No, he was less than that.
6'8".
I want to say 6'8". Because I did see
Ryan
that
Mallett was 6'7".
That was the reference they made on SportsCenter today at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central. Watch Nevada's quarterback. He's 6'9", and everybody said, "Oh, he's Brock Osweiler," and they were like, "No, he's actually taller than Osweiler."
Yeah, those release points for the tall quarterbacks. That's just tough.
I love on the second 19 you run the quarterback draw for the 6'9".
You don't have a whole lot of faith in him throwing, do you?
Just now official, it's a sprained ACL for Shaq Barrett of the Buccaneers. Boy, that TV3.
Apart.
Can we just turn TV3 off? I'm getting nothing but bad news there. So I just saw that Shaq Barrett's a sprained ACL done for the rest of the regular season. They hope to have him back for the playoffs.
You're falling apart, Dunaway.
Yeah, the Bucks may not be able to field a team. They may pull a Jimbo and just opt out of the playoffs when it's all said and done. Fact or fiction coming up. Mortgage Right brings you part of the show today with LTD&B.
Yes, make sure if you're looking to refi, our friends at Mortgage Right, obviously they can help you out. If you're ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account is at a standstill, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance, pay off debt, renovate your home, whatever it is you need, these guys can help. Make sure you go online, go to mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and
Remarkable, man. I had you when you were.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing. Santa is coming soon, and you want him to be safe when he lands on your roof. That's why you should make sure your new roof comes from Cardinal Roofing. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
The next round is on the road in Dallas for the college football playoff. Thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's world-famous chicken, Hemp Hill Services, Culver's, and Dr. Pepper. The live show every day plus specialty shows every night. The college football playoffs on the next round.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor with the next round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the next round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Obviously, new listeners and viewers every day. Jeff says, is there a way to stream audio only of the show? The video is draining my phone battery. Yes, we have an app. It's in the App Store, and it's a real easy. It's an audio-only app, Apple or Android. Apple preferred, though, as far as the 99.9% success rate of the Apple app. Thanks to our friends at the Next Round. Just go and search in your Apple store, The Next Round. The Next Round. It's a free download. We don't even steal your information. You don't have to fill anything out. You just download it and hit it, and it plays for you. It's that simple, Jeff. And an opportunity for a lot of you to Get acquainted with the audio app tomorrow morning on your drive to work. We start the show tomorrow at 7 a.m. All of you in the Farmfolio chat room, will you give me a thumbs up that you understand tomorrow we start live at 7 a.m., and we're going to go 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow before Auburn kicks at 11 a.m. A thumb up in the Farmfolio chat room to let me know you guys understand that. And we will roll the show tomorrow at 7 a.m. and give you 4 good hours, and then kick back and watch Auburn and Houston play in the Birmingham Bowl going at 11 o'clock tomorrow. With that in mind, let's do a little fact or fiction. It is brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. You know who that is. Who is that? It's Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the free world. They tore down the wall, and then they were like, there's not a better roofing contractor on the other side of the wall at all. The best one is already on this side of the wall, Greg from Pell City. He can get off that wall and up onto your roof, and that is Greg from Pell City on Facebook as well. You can contact him there. You can call this number for a free, no-cost inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. You may say, Jim, there's got to be some cost involved there. If I call him for a free, no-cost inspection, does that mean I have to use him to get my roof replaced? No, you don't. There's no obligation. But I'll tell you the reason why you would want to use Storm Restoration Roofing. They're A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love them, and if your insurance company's happy, that usually means more money for you. They've got great warranties, and they're A-plus rated because they do their job right. Locally owned for over 20 years, it is Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook. Dan Lanning right now speaking at the College Football Playoffs News Conference, Defensive Coordinator Conferences down at the Orange Bowl. And Dan Lanning has made a hire today for Oregon. Tosh Lapoy is going to be his defensive coordinator, known as one of the best recruiters in his time in college athletics. Originally was it Washington or Oregon? Washington, when Nick Saban hired him down to Tuscaloosa. And he opened up, really, the West Coast for Alabama's recruiting. Lapoy was so well liked in California that a number of big players started coming to Tuscaloosa because of Tosh Lapoy, who's known for his recruiting, and now he's going to be the defensive coordinator up in Oregon. Was the DC for Alabama win? 2018, right?
No, I think it was before that, wasn't it?
I thought it was the 18 year when they got beat by Clemson.
Yeah, that's when Pete Golding, in theory, took over the play calling.
Yep.
And that's what I was going to say. He was thought of as a good recruiter, not thought of as a great defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Dan Lanning, who is thought of as a great defensive coordinator, now the head coach, so he'll be able to look over his shoulder and make sure he's doing it right. I think it's a good hire for Dan Lanning today, getting Tosh Lapoy to leave the NFL and get back into the college ranks. You have something you wanted to add before we do fact or
that's
fiction?
all I was going to point out is that Lapoy, as good a recruiter as he was, not the best defensive coordinator. Probably the worst one of the Saban era.
I think Dan Lanning knows, based on what's going on at Georgia, how important recruiting is, though.
Fact or fiction, feel free to chime in as well, Lunsford, if you'd like. Not just an easy fact or fiction answer. I'd like to know why you answered this as well. And we started off with Auburn will beat Houston in the Birmingham Bowl. Fact or fiction?
I'll go fact right now, but this could change in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, you're expecting late-breaking news from the locker room?
In other words, it's not your official play.
No.
And really, the point spread is so small that the winner of the game likely is going to be your play on the point spread as well. It's only 2 points.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's, Ham, McCreary, McClain are all opting out, so those are big losses. But you look on the other side, Houston, Marcus Jones, who won the Paul Hornung Award. Do you guys know what that's for?
Most versatile player in college football.
Yeah, he is opted out. So Clayton Tune. Houston will have the advantage at quarterback. I don't think there's any doubt here. And Dana Holgorsen is awful in these spots. Again, he's 1-7 against the number in bowl games.
A lot of contradictions there.
That's why
great
it's
quarterback,
so hard.
bad coach. Yeah,
I'm going to
go opt-outs.
That's why I really don't know.
I'm going to go fictitious just because I can't make it fact. I can't say that's a fact. I don't know.
It's up in the air.
Houston wins,
That's
but
a
I
good
don't
point.
know.
This is a coin flip game.
It is.
Okay. Same thing. I don't know if it's a coin flip game. Utah will beat, not same game, same sort of thought. Utah will beat Ohio State. Fact or fiction?
That is fiction. I like this Utah team a lot, but I think way too much speed with Ohio State. And if Ohio State's got any motivation at all, and I think Ryan Day can get them there, I think Ohio State will win this game.
Yeah, this is fiction. I think Ohio State's the better team. even though fans are returning ticket allotments, this game still means something to Ohio State players.
So you're saying that the fans being not interested in the Rose Bowl doesn't resonate the same with the players?
Not a reflection on the players.
Okay.
Still the Rose Bowl.
Brett goes fiction on the first one. He likes Houston by 10 in the Birmingham Bowl tomorrow. Houston by 10. Fact or fiction, Jim Harbaugh leaves Michigan for the NFL.
I think that is fiction. I think it could have been fact if they didn't get to a college football playoff, but now that he's been there, he's tasted it. That's his alma mater. He's making a ton of money. And I don't think he gelled well with the players in the NFL.
Yeah. I'm going to go fiction. I think what we're about to get is a long-term extension. After all this is over, Harbaugh will get that long-term extension, and this may be his last stop ever.
Who was it? Was it Luginbill that told us, or it was somebody who told us that to keep an eye on Harbaugh possibly to the NFL, that this is his way. He got Michigan to this point, sort of fulfilled his duty to the alma mater, and can leave with good conscience now that, hey, I did my job. I got us to the playoffs. I beat Ohio State, and now I can move on.
There was some speculation about him getting the Dolphins job. Now, I think Brian Flores has done enough that he'll be back next year.
I would agree.
So I don't think that job's going to be open. But those were his two finalists, Miami and San Francisco, when it came to the NFL the first time.
So if the Dolphins lost their final 3 games at 7-10, they would keep him?
I think so. I think they keep Flores.
Wow. Deborah says fiction on Harbaugh. Jeff says fiction on Harbaugh as well over in the Farmfolio chat room. All right. The best SEC hoops team is here in our state, Alabama or Auburn, your choice. Or is it Tennessee, LSU, or Kentucky?
I am going to say fact right now, and I'm going to go with the Auburn Tigers.
So right now, best team in the SEC is Auburn. For you, fact? Auburn, Alabama, or someone outside of the state in the SEC?
Yeah, I'm going to say fiction. I don't know that it's not Auburn, but I'm not willing to say fact it is Auburn.
Tennessee?
Could be. I mean, they just beat Arizona. Alabama-Gonzaga is the SEC's best win.
Right.
Tennessee over Arizona is probably the second best win.
According to Ken Palm, Gonzaga is still the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah. So that's the best win the SEC's had, and then Tennessee's probably got the second best one over Arizona.
Yeah, probably. I don't know where they are in Ken Palm this morning, not in the top 4, but they're still high up. They were number 2 in the Ken Palm when Tennessee beat them. Joe Burrow will have a better career than Boomer Esiason. Joe Burrow will have a better career than Boomer Esiason, who I think led the Bengals to a couple of playoff appearances.
Super Bowl.
And led the Jets to a couple of playoff
appearances.
appearances.
In fact, I'm a little too quick on this.
Yeah, he went to a Super Bowl. I don't know. I'm going to say fact, but he's got a lot of work to do.
I mean, the Bengals.
Boomer's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we underrate Boomer. I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you're the one that said fictitious.
I said fact.
I didn't say. I'm the one that put the question out there. I respect Boomer. He was quarterbacking the Bengals when they were a playoff team every year, it seemed like, when I was in Lexington.
Well, I think him and Phil Simms kill that. CBS show was always.
Well, they don't get along.
I think a lot of that's played up too, though.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, they sit on opposite sides of the desk, and when Boomer is talking, Phil looks away from the camera and doesn't seem like
he
cares.
I like Nate Burleson, but he's like trying to do too much now.
Well,
it's just a terrible.
JB was out yesterday due to COVID, and Nate Burleson killed it.
Yeah, I like Burleson a lot.
JB needs to get back quick.
Yeah. Boomer is not a Hall of Famer,
he is
says
not.
Jay
I'm
Bryce.
looking right now, no.
Everyone in the Farmfolio says fact Burrow will be better than Boomer Esiason. I want to see Burrow get them to the playoffs as often as Boomer did. Boomer got them there at least twice.
37,000 pass yards. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. I'd love to see a number of playoff appearances from Boomer. There's a reason why he's on every NFL broadcast you watch and why his voice sounds like Brownie's today.
I do have the Boomer voice today.
Yeah.
You remember when we used to be at Jocks, we had to air those, what were those things called? The CBS Sports
Minute?
I'm Boomer Esiason.
Yeah.
Birthday shout out today.
Yeah. Alabama really has no chance in the playoffs. It was all those were the ones that nobody ever commented about those CBS Sports Minutes until they said something so stupid that you were like, why are you even commenting about that?
Nick Saban's time has passed him in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's pretty
good.
There
were a lot of those.
That's pretty good. They've done that a lot. That's annual. Yeah. Fact or fiction? The Chargers have a quarterback problem.
That's fiction.
Yeah. It is fiction, but
Herbert's really good.
What are their problems?
A little inconsistent right now. Look, injury's been the problem. I think Brandon Staley gets a little too aggressive. And I think they play up or down to competition.
He's a metrics guy, isn't he?
Well, he goes for a lot of fourth downs, if that's what you mean.
A ton of fourth downs.
It is fiction, but he's been inconsistent lately.
Oh, yeah.
That
But he's
team
got
should
all
be in the
tools.
playoffs.
I agree. They're a disappointing team.
I mean, there was one moment of the season I thought, man, we really could have a Rams-Chargers Super Bowl in SoFi.
Yeah.
I mean, we went forever in the Super Bowl with no home team ever winning the Super Bowl in the field, and the Buccaneers win it. And then the very next year, we could have two teams, same city, playing in that city. That would have been a crazy scene. Chargers look like they're not going to make the playoffs now. Final one. You will watch 0 Winter Olympics. 0 Winter Olympics.
100% fact.
Yeah, that's fact.
Yeah,
I
don't
can't
care.
believe it's 38 days away.
Don't care.
Where is it this year?
It's in China.
Okay.
China. It's in China. Beijing.
You don't like the Winter Olympics?
I do like the downhill skiing. That's the one thing I might watch.
I do. I'll watch some figure skating.
Hockey
and stuff.
used to be fun, but
Don't let it pass that Dunaway said he'd watch figure skating.
I will. I'll watch some
Curling.
figure skating.
USA won last time.
Yeah.
did they win the gold?
Yeah.
No, we did not.
And women's,
Yes.
right? It was women's.
We
No.
won women's curling.
No, men's curling won the gold.
The Americans won.
The Americans won.
Where you slide the little thing on
Yes.
the sawdust.
That is curling.
Yeah. I mean the ice.
Sawdust.
All right. It's only 38 days away. It starts 1st of February. We'll have the Winter Olympics going on while the Super Bowl is going on.
NBC's playing that up a little too much too, by the way.
Yeah, well, they pay a lot of money for it. Yeah. That is Fact or Fiction today. When we come back, our final thoughts of the day on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Life never stops moving. Between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety you expect, you can lose track of the miles and focus on what really matters, the memories made along the way. Stop in today. Vehicle safety you can depend on. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Visit VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Final thought of the day. Remember, we're live at 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 to 11 with our live show tomorrow. Our final thought, though, is brought to you by our friends with Pradco Outdoor Brands. Until December 31st, you still have a chance to get that signature hunting holiday bundle. Save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor Brands signature hunting holiday bundle. That includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands. You can know them, or you know the names, right? You know Moultrie, you know Summit, you know Decode by Code Blue. Well, all of them have contributed to the bundle, and they can also help you right now save 40% through December 31st on that bundle. Just go to their websites, either the Moultrie site, the Summit site, or the Code Blue website to take advantage of that discount. And free shipping on all bundles as well. Save that 40% right now on the Moultrie, Summit, and Code Blue bundle right now from our friends at Pradco through December 31st. Okay, final minute of the show here. Monday Night Football tonight. We've got Dolphins and Saints. No meaningful basketball tonight. And the teams are practicing over in Dallas and the Orange Bowl down in Miami. Miami's a hotbed right now of pandemic COVID positive tests, which Kirby Smart brought up during his part of the news conference when they arrived there. Do you think we have any problems from either one of the semifinals with this COVID?
No, they're not testing asymptomatic players. So I don't know how bad the symptoms will have to get for you to actually get a test.
Yeah, I think
Lance and I might get tested right now.
Yeah, they might test us, but yeah, I agree with Brown. I think that they're going to push through.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. And Alabama, I can't speak for every other school. I do know Alabama's operating in a bubble. I mean, they were supposed to, as a team, go to the Cowboys game last night, did not go.
Yep.
So they're in a bubble.
Yeah, that's what's happening in Dallas. Hopefully we're there tomorrow for the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway,